Hi, hey, welcome to Radiant Shadows, episode
G'day.
11. We are an Australian actual play 5e group who do this every fortnight. Thank you to everyone who's already sitting, lurking in the chat, hanging out with us. We're going to do a usual whip around of introductions and stuff like that. I'm going to introduce myself because I think I don't actually do it half the time.
No, you don't.
You don't.
I mean, do I need to?
Unacceptable.
I mean, it's me.
Yes.
You need no
It's you.
introduction.
Hi,
I
you're the
need-
problem. It's you.
Yeah. Hold on. That backfired. I'm Ham the DM. On Twitter, I don't use that handle. It's actually like Mighty Joe Ham because I don't have anything consistent. But I run this thing and try and make sure that these guys don't drive me insane half the time. And it's awesome fun. And I'm going to pass to Heath.
Tonight, we find out if Batman and Robin will escape from the... Hang on, no,
Hold
that's
on,
not it.
hold on. That's the next one.
Okay, coming up next, Sponge... But no, that's not it either. Dread Pirate Roberts? No? Okay.
No, almost.
G'day, everyone. I'm Heath. I'm the Antipodean D20. When I am not drinking cups of tea, I'm pretending I'm a deep gnome called Grumpfel looking for coffee.
What do you mean pretend?
Wait, you're not a deep no?
Yeah, Cass.
Oh, hi, I'm Miera. I play Miera, little halfling.
Hold on. What? You missed a part there.
Oh, sorry,
Say
the
again?
sweetest little halfling.
There we go.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
You need a soundbite. Ding!
And I've also been playing one shot over on the Ozquest channel last Wednesday, just gone. And it turned into kind of more than just a one shot. So come back for part 2.
As every single one shot in history has ever, they're never one shots. Never.
Look, I had a plan to wrap it up in that final hour. I was ready to go if we had to.
Sorry, did you imply that there was a plan?
Yeah, there were
Womp
several
womp.
throughout the course
Best
of the
laid plan.
evening.
So on the subject of plans, Promethean,
Mm.
that's like my segue to you.
Segue.
Oh, that was so beautifully done. A perfectly effective sentence asking and eliciting for information. Hi, I'm Promethean. I will be playing tonight Delgrim Harrowfell, the Dwergar Ranger. I also kick around over on the Ozquest channel and do some stuff of my own. But mostly I'm just jealous of how easily Heath says Antipodean. Antipode.
I don't know how he does it.
I don't know. Yeah, that's the one.
It's one of the funny things is anyone in the US that I interact with, it's not vocal and it's like chat or whatever. Like if I'm lurking on someone's Twitch channel, it's Antipodian. And I'm like, I'm not Antipodian. I like podians. There's no problem with it, podians.
Podians are great.
Kate.
Hello, hi. I'm Kate. I play the other halfling on this channel, Rowan. poor Rowan. I can also be found over on Dungeons and Doctorates and doing all kinds of silly things, like hanging out with Split the Party next week to
Yeah.
do some mini things because
Ooh.
I'm a giant and doing mini things is fun.
Sounds as good a reason as any. Perfect. Awesome. And last and definitely least, John. Not least. Sorry.
No, I think you were right the first one. I'm John.
Gonna be one
from
of those
Meeples and
nights.
Dragons. Yes, it is. Very much so. From Meeples and Dragons. We run an online store selling TTRPG specialty products. And tonight I will be playing the Shardfolk Artificer, Tiernan de Plan.
They sell stuff like these awesome steins,
Yeah, those two.
which due to the lighting in my office, you can't quite
And
see it.
also
And wine glasses.
other glasses.
Yeah,
Yeah.
other
Stemless
glasses
wine
are
glasses.
available.
Whiskey
And-
glasses.
Yeah.
Whiskey glasses. Ooh.
Yeah.
Steins.
And when you're not on the Meeples and Dragons website, buying said good things
Donkeys.
like dice and glassware,
Yes, dice.
and you're not subbing to the channel, there is also the Black Dog Institute.
Yes,
Yes.
I love it. I absolutely love it. So for those of you who don't know, it's an Australian medical research institute focused on mental health and suicide prevention. So their research goes towards discovering new solutions, fostering connections, and just trying to actually bring about some real change. If you want to donate, there's a link which has just popped up in the chat. That won't impact on our game at all. However, it does essentially buy our love for you. So if that's something that you feel is important and you want to maybe, do a little bit for the world, even $1 goes a long way. You can also sub to the stream if you want to. Again, if we get enough subs, who knows what'll happen. But yeah, and based on last week as well, last session where we got like, what was it, 100 subs or something?
Level 10 hype train happened.
Yeah.
For sure.
Mm.
Was
It's
silly.
pretty nuts.
Yes.
Like actually silly.
It was
you-
pretty ridiculous.
You can sub if you want to. You don't need to leave your friends behind because I'm just going to stop.
I can't even remember the words.
Keep going.
Friends of-
Like,
yeah,
like-
I can't because there's already a sub goal for me to sing on stream. So
Yeah.
so,
which
there may have-
Ellie B has very generously reminded us about, which is,
Yes.
as we forgot.
yes.
That is
Alan,
something
you
we
get
know
to
the
hear singing
exact
Kate all the
sub
time.
count
That's
for.
not fair. It's like
But importantly, I think we've hit something of a follower to sub ratio cap. So, go grab some friends.
Yeah.
See, if you have people
don't
who
leave them. Don't leave them behind.
don't leave them behind. if they like the D&D thing, get them to come and watch and follow.
My brain wants to reword that song to suit the stream.
I will shout out that we do actually have one of those people in the chat with Lara Crotch. Lara comes and hangs out with the Fates Grip mob, and has very kindly jumped across to come and check us out. So cheers for coming.
Welcome.
Have fun, play nice, join the chat, do all the cool stuff. It'll be awesome. I feel like there was one other thing that I had to remember saying something about, but my brain. Oh, of course, the most important person out of all of us is Saz in the background. She does all of the production work. She makes sure all of the technical things work, the overlays work, so that when I do cool things, nothing breaks. Without her, there'd be a black screen and maybe one or two voices, and it would be pretty sucky. So, Saz, as always, thank you. You're awesome. No,
Yes,
you're awesome.
yes.
You don't need to be crying. It's fine. It's fine. She's a very emotional person. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Remember, you're seeing her next weekend, mate.
Shit.
Oh dear, yeah.
There's also the bingo card, which is Saz is just finding and chucking a link to in the chat. If
Absolutely.
people want to play along. Apparently, NVC already has 2 squares, which makes sense.
Oh, nice.
From what I can count, there should be at least 2, if not more, that have already happened.
Look, we like to be consistent here. So, anything else from anyone? I think that's kind of everything for now from all of our announcements and stuff like that. Okay. Let's jump into summary from the last session, which I put together about 20 minutes ago because my brain was like, oh, holy crap, I forgot that. So as always, guys, if there's something that I've missed or it's not correct, you know what to do. Tell me that it's wrong, fix it up. We'll go from there. But with that, so last session, with the party scattered, Delgrim and Rowan plunged into the rat's nest to find the rest of their friends, vainly trying to follow whatever trail they left behind through the narrow streets of the slums of Harrow. Meanwhile, Miera and Grumpfel, confronted by a raggedy collection of thugs who offered assistance, which came with a hefty price, resorted to negotiations. The swift-nibbling cleric, noticing the nasty limp that one of the rogues' ruffians had, offered his assistance in return for safe passage, while Miera once again turned to her rapidly dwindling supply of sparkle cookies to distract the filthy leader. With Grumpfel's magic healing the nasty wound on the dwarf's leg, Miera's sweet words accompanying her even sweeter cookies, they were finally able to convince the ruffians to let them go, and were even pointed in the rough direction of their friend Tiernan. Lost and alone, our shard folk was left distraught by his actions. It was a young girl, Lily, that found him, her childlike innocence providing Tiernan an opportunity to speak from his heart. The words tumbled forth as he expressed his regret, ending finally with a quiet request of Lily, giving him directions back to the markets. She pointed to the south, and as Tiernan reached for his pouch to give her a single coin, he discovered that it was no longer there, the gentle jingle of his coins following Lily as she raced off down the street. Sighing, he'd headed towards what he hoped was a safer part of the town. It was not long before all of our companions finally found each other. Apologies were made, words of encouragement spoken, and Tiernan revealed some of the challenges he'd faced on the machine city of Cathar in his quest to find his lost parents. With there still being time before dusk settled in, and the group being able to find the mapmaker Abrasaur, the party headed for the Dulcimer's Tail, discovering a lively tavern already filled up for the evening's entertainment. A new friend was made in the dwarf Braxton, whose table they shared, and he urged them to stay and watch the performance of the evening, speaking of the Court of the Mystic Delirium, travelling band of musicians who are currently playing here regularly. After the trials of the day and the last few weeks, the party agreed that once they'd seen Abrasaur, they would return. As dusk descended, the party once again headed over to the markets and met the ancient and somewhat blunt Duragar mapmaker, Abrasaur Sayerstone, and his friend, Wirt the Drake. With Delgrim leading the way, a deal was struck for a map leading to Balabin's Gorge, where it appeared the lost gem mines, indicated on Peridon's map, could be located. Abrasaur and Delgrim also bonded over their shared backgrounds, with Abrasaur agreeing to have drinks and sharing his tales with them once the map was done in 2 days' time. With night almost upon them, the party returned to the Tail to find the Mystic Delirium in full swing. An unusual collection of characters, seemingly led by a flamboyant satyr. It was the exceptionally tall Lady Ophelia that commanded the room with her song, the Solara's Lament, which moved even the hardiest of the group to tears. As the group settled in for the night, Tiernan also showed his friends the scrap of paper he had from his father's study, the writing in a language he was unfamiliar of. None of the group recognised it, in fact, until Miera caught a glance and recognised it as the language of the Celestials, a tongue highly uncommon in these lands. And this is where we left off, the party enjoying the evening's events, pondering their next moves. Well, that was until Miera, glancing up at the stage, saw her halfling friend Bex up there, weaving simple magic to accompany the show. And that is where we will pick up. So a reminder that this place is currently packed to the brim. Loud, rowdy, lots of people about.
What was this drink called again?
The ale, I think it was.
Is actually asking anyone in particular.
So Braxton leans over and sort of half shouts, "It's a journeyman. That's what most of the regulars drink around here." I think some people even kind of think of it. It's almost like a food for some people. It's great.
Different.
You can see already that he's got a bit of a buzz on. His flame red beard and hair, his cheeks are now slowly getting closer to the same sort of color.
Oh, Miera's, if she's seen Bex, she's just going to drop her shit and run towards the stage. She's not going to say anything. She's just running towards the stage.
So, considering how packed this place is, you guys would see her sort of drop her stuff and vanish into this sort of writhing mass of bodies. There are definitely other halflings and gnomes in the establishment, but most of the people here are of the taller races. So, Miera, you'd be vanishing into a forest of legs and belt buckles and sweaty tummies and a terrible sort of navigation trying to get towards where the stage is.
For a moment, I had this. Sorry, Gojo.
No, you're right.
I was going to say for a second they had this image of Miera jumping up on the table and like parkouring over everyone's heads.
Parkour.
Extreme.
Tiernan's like, well, I guess when you gotta go, you gotta go.
So what do you say? The rest of you guys, I'm not sure if you would have been paying attention to what Miera was doing or whether you just...
I was at the bar with the dude that we were joining at the table.
That's right. Correct. Just Sorry, I just saw the most random image on Saz's camera there, where there was a small child appearing and then vanishing again. Very distracted.
Did she have Tiernan's gold coin purse in
think
one
she
hand
might have.
and Miera's
Yeah.
backpack in the other?
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Would
Come
make
back,
sense.
Lily.
So Miera, you sort of having to almost, there's probably a bit of elbow action having to try and get through the crowd. As you get closer up to sort of, because Bex is on the left-hand end of the stage near where some of the big curtains are. And as you get close, you can see there's another table there, and sitting at that table, you can see, and you would have noticed this last time you were here as well, I believe I described it too, that blue frog-like creature sitting there. And beside them, a taller-looking elf. Just both of them sort of very, very focused on the stage, but no one else at their table, but there being probably at least another half dozen chairs around the tables if they're empty. So at this stage, you can sort of see the stage now. You've got a clear view. Looks like Bex hasn't noticed you. She's very focused on the magic that she's doing. And you would recognize that magic. You've seen her do this before. Very simple tricks that she would have learnt a long time ago. And that's sort of the nature of very simple sort of cantrips, but used in a fashion to help sort of accentuate the show that's going on the stage.
Well, I'll climb up on the table, and I'm going to start like waving my hands around and calling her name, see if she notices me.
So you start to climb up on the table, and the elf who's probably closest to where you are, who you can see, like, looks sort of fairly sort of middle-aged, very tanned. He's got dark hair that's currently sort of pulled back in a very simple ponytail. He's got on a simple brown tunic and a dark red vest over the top of it. In front of him, he's got a small glass of wine. And on the table, you can see a large dark hat with a wide brim on it. And he seems very focused. But as you clamber up, he's like, "Oh, sorry, excuse me, miss, I don't." And like then you start jumping and flailing. For those of you back at the table, you would see Miera vanish, and you could probably track her progress through the crowd by people sort of like jerking to the side as if something small is poking them as they're sort of cutting their way through underneath, and then you see her pop up on this table at the front. Miera again behind her else going, "Miss, I'm sorry, but I don't think you're meant to be." And that's when Bex sees you. The rest of you see this halfling up on the stage with her mop of blonde curly hair, moving her hands as she's making sort of colors swirl and stuff in accordance with the music. Stop. Let out this like squeal of excitement, and she just launches herself off the stage. Probably, like, things could have gone terribly wrong. The distance is probably almost a little bit too far than what would have been sensible. But wings of love have carried her across as she hits the table in front of you, Miera, completely off balance, but just like crashes into you. Can you please, because dice rolling is fun, can you make a strength saving throw to see whether or not you can survive getting crash tackled by your halfling companion?
Okay.
Delgrim will have started walking towards Miera at the point where he's seen her jumping up on the table, making a ruckus.
That was a
Making his
7.
way through the crowd.
That was a 7. Okay.
Did Miera ever describe? Is it Bex?
Bex with a B.
B.
I don't think so.
Did she say she never described her to us? Okay.
I don't believe so.
Not that I
Cass, I don't think
recall.
she did she? Pretty sure she didn't.
No, I don't think I did. I mentioned the eyes. She has the different coloured eyes, but I didn't sort of go into too much detail.
So a 7. Yeah, okay, that's not great. So you would see Bex leap off the stage. For Miera, you have about half a second to try and brace yourself, which just is not enough. She hits you both arms, fully expecting you to sort of stop her. You don't. She takes you off her feet, off your feet. The two of you sort of bounce once on the table, and the elf's eyes sort of widen as he tries to push his chair backwards to avoid you guys, and instead ends up with both of you in his lap. And he lets out sort of this well, basically it's a squeal of as Bex has just got her head like buried into you, her arms around you, and all you can hear sort of muffled in your chest is Miera, 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 Miera. And you can hear her sobbing. And the elf's sort of sitting there with his hands up, and he's like, "Oh my god, this is very wrong. I'm very uncomfortable here. Bex, can you and your friend, I think, please get off me, please?" And he's sort of trying to work out how he can put his hands somewhere to move you guys, but it's just 1,000 times of awkward. Beside him, you can see the blue frog-like creature, which is actually a grung, is absolutely pissing itself laughing. And on the stage,
tackle.
Sorry,
Tiernan was like, "Did that halfling just attack Miera?"
I'm not at the table. Never mind.
It's Grumpfel and Tiernan then, of the dwarf, I guess.
Braxton's sitting there, like his eyes are wide at what's happened. The drink was sort of halfway up to his mouth, and it sort of slowly goes back down. Rowan, you probably would have heard this squeal.
Yeah. I just moment I wouldn't have heard the conversation because I'm
for sure
at the table.
And Braxton's like, attack? I don't know, but that was very strange. Do they know each other or something?
Should we do something, Grumpfel?
Who is this? Obviously Miera. This knows this person. This is quite unusual. Who would it be?
Wasn't Miera looking for someone? Her master or something?
Oh, why yes. I don't know. Maybe. Should we go and see? I'll turn. Who's the? Oh no, he's up with at the bar. Okay.
Yeah. So Delgrim is currently making his way through the crowd.
I was Grumpfel was going to say to the person's table we've crashed. Hey, hold our spot, but he's up at the bar.
At the bar. Yeah. This is me trying to catch up with everyone. Yep.
Well, that's a bit intimate, isn't it?
I don't know, but it seems to have made quite a mess of the performance. As celebratory as it looks. Yes, I don't know.
The music sort of like there was a slight sort of stutter as the satyr who was playing a lute at the time, kind of looks like watches the events. The music sort of stutters slightly as he gets slightly caught off guard. But then, like any consummate professional, that the show must go on. He's still playing away. But even from this distance, you can see just like a small smirk on his face as he's sort of watching this interaction down there. Miera, Bex sort of half climbs off you. Her hands sort of on your shoulders. And then she looks at the elf and she's like, "Oh, shit. And sort of climbs off you, sort of untangles herself from you, climbs down off the elf, leaving you the only one currently sitting on his lap.
I'll jump off as well, but I'll keep hold of her hand. And I'm gonna look really intently at her face and telepathically speak to her, and in her head she'll hear, "Bex Thorngage, where have you been?"
She just she replies back to you because it goes back, doesn't it, as well?
Yeah.
She's just like, "Oh, I mean, I went to Greenfields, and then I found this is Athelas, and then we can't. Oh my God, there's so much I've got to tell you. But what are you doing here? What?
I came looking for you because you left.
So
you didn't say anything. You just left. You left your parents. You left me. You just abandoned me in Sparkletown by myself.
Well, I mean, I knew you would be fine, and the dream. And she sort of pauses for a minute, and then you can see sort of a moment of hesitancy, and then a little bit of clarification. She goes, "But the dream. I had to follow the dreams, Miera. Like they all started to make sense. I had to follow them. I'm sorry. I know I feel bad that I left you and I left my parents, but I mean, are they we need to find somewhere to talk about this properly. Are you here by yourself? Why have you come all this way by yourself? You could have gotten hurt, Miera. What are you doing here?
Well, I mean, I did almost die coming here.
What the hell do you mean you almost died coming here?
There was a spirit in an urn. We met this like cat person creature type thing who was actually pretty cool, but it did want to eat me. And then there was people that stole fireworks. It was a nightmare. But I didn't come alone. I did find some people to help me.
About halfway through that, Delgrim, you finally claw your way to the front. And you can see these two halflings looking at each other, but saying absolutely nothing. Holding each other's hand, and there's probably, at least on Bex's face, there would be some of those, the facial expressions of someone who is communicating but isn't necessarily talking. There's frowns of frustration and then like a look of surprise, but zero words between the two of them.
Over the din of the crowd, then Delgrim will yell, "Am I interrupting something?"
Bex turns to you, Delgrim, and kind of gives you this strange look, and then looks back at you, Miera, and goes, "Is he one of them?"
Yes, that's Delgrim. He's pretty fierce. Delgrim, and then I'll break away, obviously not telepathically, speak to Delgrim and say, "Delgrim, this is Bex, my friend, the one that was missing."
This is Bex. This is friend you want to find.
Yeah.
Miera,
yeah.
This is incredible news. You have found your friend.
I'm so pleased. There's lots to talk about, but hang on. Did you say there was Athelas at the table, Bex?
Yeah, he's the one who we were just sitting on. And you glance over and you see the elf sitting there looking very awkward, very uncomfortable. He's currently picked up the hat that was on the table and he's kind of holding it almost sort of shield-like as a way, probably subconsciously, but yes, he's appearing very this is, and like when you mention his name, he's like, yes, I'm Athelas.
We heard a lot about you in Greenfield. We heard you went missing. People were kind of worried about you.
You are a wizard who obsessed with drawing black sun shape.
Sorry, what? I'm sorry, what do you know about drawing black suns? What are you talking about?
We may have looked in your house for clues to Beck's whereabouts and found many pictures.
Sorry, you broke into my house?
Technically,
We searched.
I think it was open.
We searched for Fred. My recollection, it open. Yes.
You really should lock the house before you leave.
I can't remember if it was locked or not. No, it was locked, wasn't it?
Was it though?
Was it though? I think it was.
Was it?
Athelas gives you like a hard look. Do you want to make a deception check for me there, Delgrim buddy?
Can I assist because I'm backing him up?
Yeah, look, that's fine.
Or that's got to
Absolutely.
that's got to count for something because it's
Yeah.
her friend.
All right, not even going to bother with the virtual dice tonight, given the 4 4s in a row last
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
That is a 6.
Oh,
With
but you had
advantage?
advantage.
Oh, with advantage. Excellent. Magnificent. That is an 8.
8.
Oh,
Excellent. That is wonderful. He
Mhm.
like. Well, maybe I did forget to lock it before I left. I mean, I'm normally pretty good with that, but well, I mean, anyway, the drawings. Yeah, sorry. So Bex, this is your friend Miera that you've told me about, and this is. Sorry, what was your name again, sir? He says, pointing to you, Delgrim.
Delgrim Harrowfell.
Okay, and you're friends with Miera. And
Yes.
yes.
Miera is Bex's. And then you came from Greenfield.
We came through Greenfield.
Came through Greenfield. Right. He reaches over to the table and picks up his glass of wine, which is about half full, and drains it. And puts it back down again, and goes, okay, well, I don't know what to say. Hello and welcome, I suppose.
Athelas, quick question. We mentioned the pictures with the suns. What does it mean when you say it can see me?
I'm not really comfortable talking about that out here with all of these people. He sort of leans forward so he can speak sort of slightly more quietly, which would make you strained to be heard over sort of the noise of the playing on the stage and the rest of the conversations going on. Bex gives your hand a squeeze, Miera, and says, he's like us. I can tell you more. Well, actually, can I tell you more later? And she sort of shoots Delgrim a look.
Oh, yes, of course. I completely trust Delgrim and the people that I'm traveling with. They've helped me a lot.
How many other people are you with?
Well, so there's Tiernan. He's really tall, and he has like this eye thing
Comparatively.
that floats around, and then there's Rowan, and she's another halfling like us. She disappears sometimes, and then there's Grumpfel, and he makes a mean coffee, really good. So we just kind of met up and we've been helping each other out, and it's safer to travel in numbers. That's what Dad always said.
Well, I mean, that's why I'm with Athelas, and that's why, we've joined it with a delirium. Like, there's lots to talk about, Miera. But I think, you might want to have a talk with Aloysius about this as well. And she sort of gestures towards the satyr that's up on the stage, and says, he knows a lot more, but I think you'll really like him. He's really nice, and he understands. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, when can we talk more?
Well, I mean, once they normally play until sort of around sort of midnight, and then they'll stop then. So maybe we can probably have a talk with them after then. Are you and your friends staying here, or?
Well, I think so, but I mean, you're not going to disappear again, are you?
No. I think. Look, I think. I mean, maybe you were meant to come and find me. I don't know. This is weird, but it also it kind of feels right. I think.
Yeah.
Look, get your friends to come and sit up the front here, because we've got this is sort of like the and she sort of gives this very cheeky grin, and Delgrim, you would have seen a very similar sort of grin on Miera's face. It's obvious that they're not siblings, but there is a lot of similarities between them. And she gives this big grin. She's like, this table, it's kind of like the VIP seats. So get your friends up here, and we'll get some drinks, and let's make an occasion of this. I mean, it's been months since we've seen each other. We can talk about other stuff later. Let's just have some fun. When was the last time you had some fun, Miera? It sounds like you've had all these terrible things going on.
We have had some fun along the way, but I think that's a great idea.
Yes, so get these friends of yours, the tall one and the other halfling and the grumpy one who likes the coffee, and is it Delgrim here? Look, let's Delgrim. And she looks at you, and she sort of walks up to you. Stands right in front of you, probably slightly invasively in your personal space. Looks you up and down, goes, "Yeah, a few drinks, right? Yeah."
A few,
yeah. And then maybe a few more as well.
This is a wonderful idea.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's.
I go get friends.
Yes, absolutely. You go get your friends. Miera, you take a
Delgrim
seat.
will bolt off to do that.
Yep, and the whole time Athelas is just sitting there looking just stupidly awkward and uncomfortable by the whole situation, and the grung is off to one side, just with this sort of stupid look on its face, obviously highly amused by the whole thing.
Well, I'll take a seat at the table.
All right, so you park yourself down at the table. Delgrim, you head back and would emerge from the crowd in front of everyone else. At this stage, Rowan, you've probably, I guess, returned to the table with Braxton by now.
Yeah, I think so.
Yep. And time to see Delgrim, emerge from the sea of people.
Friends, I have very exciting news. Miera has found Beck's friend from hometown she's looking for.
Interesting.
Bex is part of entertainment troupe and has invited us to VIP table for more drinks and fun party time.
More drinks?
And fun party time.
Tiernan's just going to look at Grumpfel. You're not going to cast any more spells on me if I have a drink or two yet, are you?
Me? I think last time was just what we should call a special circumstance.
Okay.
I think it's nice, and we should definitely go up the front, because then I'd be able to see. So that'd be good.
Yes.
Okay.
Are we going to invite the guy whose table we just crashed who raved about the musicians? Or are we just going to be like, see ya?
No, he's absolutely included in Delgrim's open invitation.
He's just going to make the assumption. We're all best buds now. Braxton's like, yeah, awesome. Let's go up to the front. And
Hey guys, we got an NPC follower.
Absolutely. Welcome to the BBEG. I mean, the new NPC follower. It's fun.
Yeah, no, stereotypically, we can't snub him now because that's what creates an NPC into a BBEG.
It does. Social.
Why do you think Rowan is friends with everybody?
It's the safest option.
What do you think? What do you think? Grumpfel healed one of those guys in the street gang. let's not give the DM any more fodder than what he already has.
I would just like to say that I definitely agree with Ali B in regards to there needs to be a fun party time emote. I think that sounds
It's
like
fun party time.
That
Fun
absolute
party
best
time.
fun party time.
Yeah.
bingo card for next week or next session when I'm not here.
So you guys all follow Delgrim up through the crowd. For about the third time of people sort of pushing their way through. There's a few grumbles now. So there's a little train makes their way up to the front. As you get up there, Bex is sort of waiting to greet each of you, and as you sort of emerge out of the crowd, she gives Delgrim a little wave and sort of points to a seat, and then she looks up at Tiernan and she goes, "The tall one." Yeah?
Tiernan?
Tiernan. Yeah,
Blinky.
Tiernan, hi. I'm Bex. Grab a seat.
And this is Blinky, by the way.
Blink. She looks at Miera and goes, "My God, that's like can you play with it? How does it
Yeah,
like
you can boop it.
you can?" Okay. Oh, anyway, sorry, distracted.
And Blinky will pop down and go down to the head height.
She sort of goes to turn away to sort of talk to Grumpfel for a second, and then as Blinky comes down, she's just like, "Oh wow," and reaches out with one finger, and it's like, where does it get booped?
Anywhere, just
Anywhere. So she shoots it sort of just above the eye, because she's like, "I don't want to poke it in the eye because that feels wrong." She's like, "Tap." And as she taps, Blinky's single eye just sort of does one open close, a very exaggerated blink, and she lets out a little giggle, and she's just like, "Oh my God, this is going to be such an awesome night." Okay. She turns around to you, Grumpfel, and she goes, "Coffee man, yeah?"
Amongst other things, yes, I yes, it helps. It helps in the morning for sure.
Awesome. Coffee's great. Excellent. Look, grab a seat. It's awesome. And then she sort of peers past it at you, Rowan, and she's like, another halfling, arms wide, inviting a hug.
Rowan's just like going to take that split second of like, okay. Like,
And it is.
I don't know you, but also you're friends with her, so okay.
How bad can this be? It is.
Famous last words.
There's a certain velocity to it. She's very enthusiastic about her hugs, and the squeeze is just maybe a little bit too tight, a little bit too enthusiastic. And then she lets go and she goes, "But I don't know your name."
Oh, hi, Rowan.
"Hi, Rowan. I'm Bex. I'm Miera's friend. Come and sit down. We're going to drink lots and have fun because it's been way too long, and I haven't seen Miera in a long time. And she's my best friend." And you can see her welling up a little bit again, and she's just like, "So it's just so good to see her." Anyway, come and sit down. I'm going to go. And she turns around and she spots the dwarven woman who's been serving a lot of the drinks. And she shouts with this remarkably loud voice, "Hey, Dibbler! Can we get into 2 bottles of the Ezekiel Red? And maybe a whole bunch of pints of Journeyman as well." Dimmler just looks over and gives her a thumbs up through the crowd and then vanishes off as you guys all sort of sit down. As you sit down around the table, the Grung just watches, and Athelas is still sitting there with his hat still sort of held sort of very nervously in front of him, watching as you all sort of sit down, sort of silently appraising you as you place yourselves down on the table.
So what's everybody? Who's everyone? We've met Bex.
Oh, this is Athelas.
Oh, is
This
that the
is
elf from
Greenfield.
Greenfields?
Greenfield
Yeah.
elf, yes.
Why? I'm sorry, this is very awkward. Why do you all know who I am?
Well, it was kind of a big thing. Everyone thought you were missing or like dead or something in Greenfield. You didn't tell anyone if you were going anywhere, so I think they kind of assumed the worst when your house was unlocked and empty?
Tolban's in jail, by the way.
Tolban?
Oh, yeah.
No, Peridin.
Oh, yes,
Peridin, sorry.
Tolban is nasty mercenary Peridin hired, who may or may not have double-crossed him, stolen things from him. It's all very complicated. People die.
He lowers the hat down to the table and he's like, I'm sorry, but Peridin's in jail now? What did he do?
He owed a lot of people a lot of money.
He was selling drugs.
Also, he was selling drugs, yes.
But don't worry, it was Wex's idea.
Sorry, it was Wex's idea to sell the drugs?
No.
But
Peridin-
that doesn't sound right.
No. Grumpfel picks up his drink.
Oh, no. So Peridin, it was Wex's idea for him to go to jail. Is that what?
Yes.
I would have preferred to hand over to Loan Shark and Peridin get what he deserved. What he deserved is quick, well, maybe not so quick, maybe slightly drawn out death.
Stretches
for
people.
Pain and suffering he has inflicted upon Greenfield.
I sort of agree with Delgrim. He's caused a few problems in Greenfields. We're trying to help.
I mean, I had very little to do with Peridin. And
You're from Greenfields, yeah?
Sorry?
You're from the Greenfields, yeah?
I mean, I am. I mean, I lived on the outskirts. I would, from Greenfields, I suppose, but yeah.
Well, just letting you know of your home. If it's not important to you, that's fine.
No, I appreciate the information. I'm also, I never realized I needed to tell people of my comings and goings. I mean,
No, I think they were just a little concerned, like most people would be when someone just disappears out of, thin air, and she'll pointedly look at Bex at that point as well.
Rowan shrinks slightly at that.
Also, you were only lead we had on Bex. We heard people saying that maybe Bex was heading in direction of your house. This is why we know of you.
Okay, that's. I suppose there is a certain logic behind all of that. I see, and you see him sort of almost shrivel up and inside. So obviously very uncomfortable with all the attention that's sort of focused in his direction at this moment in time. The hat sort of comes up again slightly in front of his chest as some sort of maybe hoping it was some sort of social shield or something like that. Well, I mean, I'm glad that you were able to find your friend Bex. She's a lovely young woman.
Thank you for looking after her.
Oh, it was. I think we probably looked after each other a little bit, to be fair. We were both going in the same direction, and she said, and he sort of just trails off and doesn't actually say anything.
This is similar to story of you and Grumpfel, no, Miera?
It is, yeah. Chance
Yes,
meeting and happy travels.
Yes, chance. Yes, absolutely.
So, are you guys like traveling minstrels or something?
I'm not. The group that we're currently traveling with, the Mystic Delirium, yes, they are a troupe of, I think entertainers is probably a better way of putting it. And we've just, not sure if joined is the right word. I think it's a, I mean,
Joined company, perhaps, but not joined them. Is that the thing?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Rowan. Yes, that's a very good way of putting it. Thank you.
Traveling
And
companions.
you can actually see he looks quite relieved by some of that. Some of the decision making being taken away from him there. Yes.
She's done that thing of being like, you're going to get stuck on these words now for the
Yeah.
next 10 minutes, and let's keep telling the story.
Miera's going to look at is it a grung? Did you say?
A grung.
A grung?
Yeah.
I look at them and kind of say, hi.
He's just sort of leaning back in his chair at the moment. Blue skin, just watching you, and he just goes, "Hey,
What's your name?
my name's Z.
Z.
Z, yeah.
Have you been traveling with Bex too?
No.
What do you do?
Me? I'm part of the Delirium.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's stoned.
He is the delirium, or
Yeah, he is delirium. Well, I'm Miera, Bex's friend.
What's up, Miera? How you going?
Pretty good.
Nice.
Much better now.
Excellent. That's cool, man.
Well, I don't know if you heard all of the other introductions, but these are my friends as well.
Yeah. I heard. I was listening.
We're joining you at the table for a little while.
Yeah, I know. It's cool. I like it.
What's it? Okay.
You always
Bex,
talk in 3-word sentences.
Sometimes.
What is it you do in entertainment troupe, Z?
Me? Bit of this. Bit of that. Some might even call me an acrobat.
Acrobat.
Yeah.
I have also been known to be somewhat acrobatic. We have running races and competition in Narva-Lodge, where I'm from. I very often perform well in these contests.
So, yeah. Doesn't really kind of sound like acrobatics to me, running around. But hey, man, look, if that's what you and your people are into, man, that's cool.
What kind of acrobatic is thing you do to entertain?
You know, acrobatics, man. It's like forward flips, back flips, that kind of thing.
Would you like to show me?
Now?
Why not? It's fun party time.
It is fun party time. Yeah. Got a full tummy. Don't want to, if I do acrobatics now, it's... Nah. Maybe later.
Oh, so you're not a full-time acrobat? Just a sometimes acrobat?
No, I'm... Hey. I am like 100% full-time acrobat, but...
So you never acrobat after lunch? Or after breakfast?
This body is like my temple, man. It's like if I try and do the acrobatics like too soon after eating or anything like that, then yeah, that could be bad news.
Grumpfel puts down his drink. Excuse me, young sir, are you not a grung?
Yeah, nice.
That's interesting. And with that, that you're perhaps you could call yourself an aquabat. And he just goes back to his drink.
Yeah. That's good. I like it. I'll have to use that. Maybe the next show I'll bust out Aquabat. Yeah. Cool.
Rowan is staring at Grumpfel with utter disappointment.
Delgrim has not stopped laughing in the last 30 seconds or so.
Yeah.
Tiernan's looking incredibly awkward and doesn't know what to say.
At this stage, Dimler appears with bottles of wine, various steins full of drink, and just starts sort of puts them generally in the middle of the table, along with, excuse me, like half a dozen glasses.
Tiernan's like, thank you.
She's like, it's not a problem. If you need anything else, just call out. Just like Bex did. Bex is like, thanks, Dimler. Appreciate it. And then she starts pouring glasses of wine and just pushing them in front of like each of you. Gets one for herself. And she picks it up, sort of gesturing sort of the whole, you know.
Yeah, Grumpfel.
So to old friends and best friends, and she looks at you, Miera, and to new friends, and she looks at the rest of you, and a really good time tonight. And she sort of offers her glass out for a cheers towards all of you. And there's a nice big clinking.
Cheers.
Athelas has picked up one of the steins and sort of awkwardly kind of joins in.
There's a hydrate in the chat. Perfect timing, Ash.
Nice, excellent, well played, Ash.
Ham.
Yep.
Grumpfel, once that's sort of the hubbub's come down a little bit, Grumpfel will go, may the best you've seen be the worst you'll see.
May you always find your friends in the dark. Delgrim contributes.
Rowan is just thinking,
Grumpfel will cheers
but I
Delgrim for that.
can't see in
Being
the dark.
an-
What's this? Oh no, Cass, no.
Oh, Miera dies. No.
Whoa,
it.
harsh.
Yeah.
Most
well, you know.
dehydrated little halfling around.
I'm like a raisin.
So
That's the secret ingredient in the sparkle cookies.
Dehydrated.
They're not
halfling.
chocolate chip, they're the devil's chocolate, they're raisins.
oh, that's just there's so many. No. So with that, almost as if in perfect timing with the cheers, another rousing song kicks off. This one fast and really quick beat, and the vibe sort of permeates throughout the entire establishment as the satyr, who you now know is called Aloysius, starts singing about pirates who were raiding up and down the coastline, but only raided places and stole the best beer in town, and then spent the rest of their time basically sailing between ports, absolutely shit-faced. Which seems to suit well. It's like almost the entire place is getting into the merriment that is starting to take over your table. Every time Bex gets up and moves away from you, Miera, she'll go and do stuff, but as soon as she sits back down beside you, she grabs your hand. And it just holds it super, super tight. But she's also drinking like a fish. She is absolutely, obviously determined to have a rollickingly good time based on the amount of alcohol that she is consuming. What are you guys doing over the course of the, say, sort of next couple of hours as sort of this vibe of merriment kicks off?
Scoring as many free drinks from Bex as possible. And probably probing a little bit, unless it's avoided, to hear a little bit more about Bex's and Athelas's journey together. Other than that, just having some drinks, listening to some tunes,
Having a fun party time.
Tiernan would first make sure that they are free because he's broke.
Same.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
and then would views Athelas as maybe someone that's more academic and tries to engage him in try to draw him out a little bit.
Okay.
With maybe an academic talk or theoretical, influenced by drinks, of course.
So so firstly, the drinks, yes, they do appear to be free. You're not entirely sure why, but every time you sort of mention payments, Bex is just like, it's fine, I've got it covered, it's sorted, this isn't a problem. So Delgrim, when you engage with Athelas or Bex, as soon as the conversation, they'll talk about their journey a little bit. The sum total of the conversation that you'll get out of that, though, is that essentially they journeyed from Greenfield to Harrow together. The journey was uneventful. And when they got here, they met up with the Court of the Mystic Delirium. The details around all of that, however, every time you sort of go to maybe probe a little bit, they change tact, they change direction, they change topic, seem to be very reluctant to maybe talk about some of those details.
Obviously, or is this an insight check scenario?
No, it's because the drinks are flowing, it's quite obvious that the ability to be sort of deceitful in that respect. Well, not even necessarily, it's not necessarily deceitful, it's very, very obvious, even to you, that it's something that they're not comfortable talking to you about.
Yeah. Okay. And Delgrim won't press it on this particular night.
Mm-hmm.
In that case.
Tiernan, in regards to your conversations with Athelas, what sort of topics are you sort of trying to engage with? Anything in particular, or?
Athelas comes off as a magic user, yes.
I mean, there's nothing about him which would indicate that.
Okay. For some unknown reason,
he was described to us as a.
He was.
Wasn't he described
but he
to
was
us in Greenfield as a wizard?
He was.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, Tiernan would sort of try to strike up a conversation along the bit around Arcana and the nature of the world and so forth, because it's his first time really seeing it in person, having seen it from both Miera and Rowan, as well as Grumpfel. So he sort of like starts up a conversation about trying to draw Athelas into a conversation, I guess, regarding magic and its use, and because he's never actually seen it. This is the first time he's seen it all.
Again, it would be a situation where Athelas seems to be the more people that sort of appear, the more uncomfortable he appears to get. This whole sort of large crowd situation seems to be something that he is not a fan of at all. When you engage with him in regards to talking about magic, he would be a little bit cagey. I know a few simple tricks. I'm competent, but not much beyond that. He seems very sort of uncertain about what to say in many respects.
Okay. Well, as the drinks start to flow, Tiernan's sort of sudden truth thing starts to trigger, I guess you'd say. And he starts saying things like, would start divulging things like, Greenfields is in a financial problem, and now we're off to try to find a gem mine, trying to help them with the money situation, because Peridon's gone and got them so much into debt, and just he sort of starts verbal diarrhea.
Here's all the secrets that should I be telling to the person who we've only just met, and who knows what, but the alcohol's great, so here comes all the words.
Yeah, there's sort of a line, like he's not going to go beyond the whole his personal stuff, but he's happily divulging the entire party's plans about a gem mine and so forth.
Yeah. So as a side note, the rest of you, unless Tiernan is specifically trying to be quiet, which I kind of guess is no,
No.
the rest of you would hear this verbal diarrhea from Tiernan. I'm not sure if anyone is wanting to do anything in regards to that, or
Am I sitting? I think I was sitting next to Athalas at this point. So am I close to Tiernan?
you would be close enough. Yeah, and he's probably talking quite loud because of the noise and the alcohol.
Yeah, I'll just put my hand on his, if I can reach over and just put my hand on his and look at him.
Hi, Miera.
Shh. You're talking really loud.
Okay. Anyway, about this gem mine.
Stop talking about the gem mine.
He might know where it is.
We'll talk about it later.
We'll talk about it later, Elf.
Tell us about how
And-
you built Blinky.
Something like sort of crosses over Tiernan's face when you say that.
I don't know if I made him cry.
I'm not allowed to talk about it.
And the whole
Okay.
time, Athalas is just sort of sitting there, like you could see he was interested in what Tiernan was originally talking about in regards to town. And Tiernan, those initial parts of the conversation, it would be fairly apparent that whilst in that initial engagement with Athalas, he certainly harbors a fondness for Greenfields, and is interested by what you're saying in regards to hardships there. But as you become more and more open, he becomes more and more uncomfortable. And Miera, when you jump in and say something, you can almost see him look relieved, and he sort of gives you that very slight smile of kind of like, oh, God, awkward social, thank you.
Does Tiernan pick up on the social cue?
Make an insight check. With disadvantage because you're toasted.
Just lightly.
Slightly. You're slightly toasted.
Lightly
Just
toasted.
starting to get crispy. Yeah.
Yeah.
6.
Yeah, no. Social what?
I missed it entirely.
So while that's
One day,
going on-
Rowan will be not just the moral compass, but also the face of this party. It's not now.
So while that's going on, Rowan, what are you up to?
Just sort of eyeballing all of the different types of people because they're all different, and trying to, because like most of what she's, whilst people work together from different races, and our group's like mixed up with a bunch of different people from a bunch of different places, they are very different to the people that she's grown up with. So she's
So
kind of
are you
doing that,
talking-
like
So just the people in this entire establishment, or the people?
the people at the table, the sort of performance troupe.
Okay, for sure.
Yeah.
So from the ones that you can see, you've got Z, who at this stage appears to be, if he was any more laid back, he might be in a coma. Aloysius, the satyr, is the consummate entertainer. In between songs, he's working the crowd. The people here just seem to absolutely adore him. He seems to always find just the right song for the right moment. Tate, the half-orc, who's up there as well, again seems to have a really good sort of feel for the crowd. Lady Ophelia, who sang the Solaris Lament before, a lot, for the majority of the time, especially as things get rowdier, she's just more sitting off to one side, more sort of observing than actually partaking in any sort of entertainment. It would appear that for the more rowdier section of this performance for the evening, it's kind of not her jam. She's more the heart, the emotional center of the group. But even sitting off to one side of the stage, she still draws. There is still a presence about her. It's sort of
Rowan is probably like doing that thing where you get drawn, your attention is drawn to somebody, and then you realize a little bit too late that you've been staring at them.
Yeah.
And then you look away, and then your attention is drawn back to them towards Lady Ophelia because she's like, interesting. And not getting involved in everything. But she's not game to go up and talk to her.
And you can see, even looking through the audience. Actually, I don't think you've had a chance to roll it. I'll make an insight check. Let's get some dice going.
That is 13.
13. As the evening progresses and the alcohol flows across the audience, you can definitely see that even though she is not performing, there is a chunk of the audience which very much is entertained just simply by her presence. And you can see a number of people just sort of, almost like you were just saying, staring at her.
Speaking of people staring at people, hi, Dead by Daylight's little lovely raiding party.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome to our little stream. We are a live play 5e actual play live thingy campaign world stuff.
All of those
Brilliant description. Yep.
Wow.
Yep. So that's what's known as completely crashing and burning. Hi, thanks for coming along and checking us out, guys. We're playing a little campaign. Yeah, man. Space Cowboy. Greatest name ever. I love it. I love it. Thanks for coming and raiding, guys. Meeples and Dragons. If you're from Australia, they sell really cool stuff, like these steins and dice and other glasses. You should totally support them because they're awesome, and we love them.
Almost like John's part of them.
It is almost, but not quite.
The parts we don't like, we tolerate.
Shots fired.
I'll remember that.
That wasn't even Tiernan this time.
Wow.
Oh my god.
So the game. Dead by Daylight. At this point in time, our little band of adventurers are basically having a part, or in the middle of a big party, getting toasted and having fun. Because sometimes you just got to let your hair down.
That's right.
I know. I've let my hair down.
Went too far down.
Yeah. No. I was gonna say something.
When the hair hits the floor.
Yeah. I'm letting my hair down right now. So so she is definitely a commanding presence, and there is definitely a number of fans of hers here in the audience.
Sorry. I think
Ash.
everyone just saw
Round of
chat.
applause for Ash. Round of applause for Ash.
The question is how many subs to get you to cover your forehead in googly eyes?
Yeah, no, I can see that, Ash.
100 subs?
Not
Wait,
many.
are we,
Sounds like it
are
might
we
be
at that already?
Yeah, no.
There is-
1,000 subs. And I'll
He
be
said it now.
Yep.
He said it now.
I'll be the ham of many eyes.
He said it now.
Yeah. I'm trying to will this thing into existence. So
Be Eye of the Bahamda.
sweet Lord. So on the subject of,
An eye on the ham is what.
God, the wheels are falling off tonight.
Oh, dear.
On the subject on my wheels. On the subject of terrible jokes, Grumpfel, what are you up to while all of this is going on?
Given that Grumpfel is that sort of kooky uncle figure, but he's meant to be the part of the moral compass, not at the helm for the moral compass. He will sort of pace himself with his drinks. The beer that he had was quite nice. The wine that was poured out, so he's kind of jockeying. Perhaps a couple of drinks. If someone's brought out some spirits, maybe he's got a third there. He's just sort of sampling from each of them while the conversation wanders. He is sort of keeping an eye on what the crowd's like, enjoying the music, but sort of just nodding along and just enjoying rather than sort of plotting and scheming this time round.
On the subject of plotting and scheming, I can see the chat. My wonderful other half. Wonderful.
Talera, if you can make that
Yes.
happen and give it to those of us who will appreciate it most, I will pledge my undying allegiance to you.
And with
If I
that,
can have my own personal photo of that would be amazing.
I shall never. Actually, I can. What I can divulge is that out there in the world, there is a photo of me and googly eyes, but they are not on my head.
Oh, interesting.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I regret my brain wanting to know.
Yes.
Look, my search history is a mess already. I have no qualms.
TMI.
All right.
All right.
Jesus, NBC.
Are we getting towards the end of these fun party time, or are
Fun
we
party
continuing
time.
on?
Getting
party.
scary times.
So,
Uh,
all right, let's try and get this thing back on the whatever. I don't know what it's on anymore. So, so question for all of you guys. How much are you indulging in regards to the alcohol? Are you getting a little buzz on? Are you just going until you basically pass out? What's your intentions?
As the moral compass of the group, probably like she's not going to get super drunk because she doesn't know this town very well. She doesn't even know how she ended up here. So in this town in the first place. So she's no.
Okay.
She'll drink a bit politely, but not.
Yeah.
She's not getting drunk.
Okay, Delgrim.
No. Yep.
There's 2 days until they've got to collect the map. There's 3 until they're expecting a message. Delgrim will continue drinking so long as drinks are provided to him.
Okay, all right. So yep. Okay, all right. Message received. Tiernan.
Tiernan's had a very, very rough day. So he'll be indulging a little bit. Probably not getting pass out drunk. But getting drunk enough that he ends up following up on Miera's suggestion about divulging parts of the construction of Blinky, in which case Blinky shocks him.
Fair call. Excellent. Okay, which would elicit sort of some very weird looks from those new people at the table.
shocks him by doing what? Sorry.
Like
Channels
no.
literal energy into his body, because that was the instruction Tiernan told him last time he got drunk.
Make his body hit the floor. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Nice. Excellent. Miera, what about you?
If Bex is drinking, then I'll be drinking as well.
Bex at this stage would be like you remember that time we snuck the booze from my parents' place, and like we both got so drunk we woke up in the forest and didn't remember how we got there? Yeah, it's that kind of night.
Okay.
Excellent. And like she is absolutely all for it. Grumpfel, how about you?
Didn't we do this part already?
Did we? How much were you? Did I ask you?
Yeah, he's jockeying a couple of different drinks,
That's
just
right.
sipping
Yes,
and
scan. Yep.
Yeah, so just watching. I don't have any more sort of cure poisons up my sleeve, so I'm just gonna take it easy, watch everything, make sure people are okay. But one of the things I did want to do is Athelas and some of the others with any visible holy symbols or anything.
Interesting.
Arcane symbols. Just helpful. Just being curious.
Yeah. Make a perception check to see if you can spy anything.
Okay, perception. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the first 20 of the evening. Plus 4 makes 24.
Let me have a look here.
They're praying to the baby elephant.
Yeah. Well picked.
Hey, any good Simpsons fan knows that tune. To continue, press the any key.
What's he? Oh, sweet lord. No, you don't notice any kind of holy or religious symbols or iconography or anything on any of them.
Okay, nothing arcane either. Would that involve a separate roll, or can we just
No,
roll it?
not even
into
anything
that?
arcane. Yeah,
Okay,
it is
just
like
curious.
they're all, like yeah, no, all comparatively sort of normally dressed. I mean, Aloysius is, he's got his long blue coat on with, wonderful embroidery on it and a big floppy hat and feather and stuff like that. But no, nothing beyond that. Yeah. How much have you drunk, Cam? I don't know. Not enough. Sorry, just reading the chat. So the evening would progress. The drinks flowing. Those of you who are determined to keep going, getting more and more drunk. Eventually, Aloysius raises a hand to the audience and says, "It's been a wonderful night, everybody, but for now, we must call it an evening." And like, there's just this chorus of "oh" throughout the whole crowd. It's like, I know, but I can't perform all night long. I have other things I must do, and I must be ready to perform again tomorrow. So have a good night, stay safe, and we'll see you here again tomorrow. He leaps off the stage. Lots of cheering and claps from the crowd, and as he sort of makes his way towards where the table is, like, various members of the audience come out to greet him, and you can hear straight away people greeting him by name. He's replying in name. Jeff, wonderful to see you again. Susan, this is wonderful. Da, 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 da. All those sorts of conversations. He obviously, he knows the crowd. He knows these people that he's been performing to. You see Lady Ophelia also stands and walks down towards where your table is, except she comes down the stairs off the stage in a very ladylike fashion, and Tate joins you all as well. Aloysius stands in front of the table and just sort of surveys you all. It's sort of almost like an appraising look. And his eyes finally settle on you, Miera. And his face lights up into this giant smile, and he goes, "I know you. You're Miera, aren't you?"
Yeah, I am. Who are you? Sorry.
I
forgot your name.
I'm
sorry.
Absolutely cut to the very core of my being.
I don't usually drink as much as I have tonight.
That's okay. For this one situation, I will accept this. I am Aloysius Whittakins. I am the leader of the Court of the Mystic Delirium. These are the rest of my companions. But you, I know all about you. Your friend Bex talks about you all the time. I've been very much looking forward to meeting you.
I'll try and get my way up off the table, and go in for a hug. And it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm so happy I found you and found Bex, and this is awesome.
As you come in for the hug, he holds out a hand to sort of almost to shake your hand to start off with. Do you take it?
Yeah, I'll grab his hand.
Okay, so you grab it. A jolt of energy passes through your arm. It's not painful. It's exhilarating. It's like waking up from the best sleep you've ever had. You're still absolutely tanked, but there is just this jolt of energy which passes through you, and you can see that he's very openly sort of studying you as he does this. And then he pulls you in and just gives you this giant hug.
As I'm hugging him, I will
Cast sleep.
cast sleep and pick everyone's
Don't speak
pockets.
that into the world.
I'll telepathically just say
Oh, sorry if that came through the mic.
crack.
Yeah.
I'll just telepathically say I it's a pleasure to meet you. I don't know what Bex has told you, but I'm so glad to have found you. And she'll squeeze him a bit tighter and then let go.
He replies again back to you telepathically. She's told me enough, and I have very much been looking forward to meeting you, and I can tell that you're really quite special. Much like your friend Bex. There's a lot you and I have got to talk about.
I look forward to it. And she'll say that out loud.
He sort of untangles from the hug and sort of moves you backwards slightly with those sort of reassuring hands on your shoulders, and he says, "Absolutely. But for now, I think maybe let's take this party somewhere a bit more private. It's have lots of fans here. It's better if we can go and maybe just, we can go and drink somewhere a bit more quietly. We don't have to worry about all of these other people."
Do you have somewhere private outside that we could go?
Not outside, but Lud's been nice enough to let us stay upstairs. It's not much. It's more of just a large attic space, to be honest. But I mean, we're just a humble traveling group, so any space is a good space.
Perfect. Well, sounds good to me. Does everyone want to do that?
Does everyone want to come up into the performing artists' rooms?
Come up to
You
my
never
place.
never say no to that.
Like,
I just have one question.
you do
Hamish.
sometimes say no to that, just for clarity. Just for clarity.
There
There are situations
four,
where
I
that's
think
not.
it's more than four. I think it'll be fine.
I just had one question.
Yeah.
What's the dwarf been doing this entire time?
Yeah.
So good question. So
Yeah.
so Braxton has been sitting there also drinking. He would be engaging you guys in just sort of general conversation. But also he'd be making the most of the free drinks.
Good dwarf.
Yep. But I think that when sort of Aloysius says this, Braxton's kind of like, I think I might be done for the night. I've got to work tomorrow, and I've drunk way too much, so I might leave you all to keep going with your stuff and things.
Well, it was nice meeting you, Braxton.
Oh, Tiernan, you too. It's like I feel like we've really bonded over this. This has been amazing.
If
They'll
you
give him
ever,
a massive slap on the back in the middle.
It's
of this.
it's like, hey, and he turns around to smacks you on the back again and return.
Grumpfel's going to shake him by the hand and
Okay.
in Dwarvish say to him, "May your time and duty be long and blessed."
Oh, thanks. May you not get too drunk and piss yourself. I don't know. I'm gonna go home because I'm like, it's gonna be a terrible walk. Have a good night, guys. And you can already see some of the audience is starting to sort of filter out of the place as well. Aloysius says, "Look, invitations open for anybody who wishes to come upstairs."
This place is not the inn we're staying in. This is not
Correct.
Vale
This is not the
Way.
Vale Way. This is the Dulcimer's Tale. Yeah.
Yeah,
how far away is our inn?
10-minute stumble or something, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Rowan
I mean,
doesn't know.
it's probably 15-20 minutes away from where you are now. Considering how drunk you are, maybe 4 to 5 days. As the Delgrim wobbles.
But let me get this right. The designated driver has no idea where it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, Rowan's never been there, I believe, at this point in time, so...
I think we've
Nope.
barely been there. We were there for about
Yeah.
10 minutes.
Yeah. So, what are you guys doing?
I'm going
Rowan is-
upstairs.
Rowan is
Delgrim will
looking
go
after
upstairs
Miera.
for sure. Yeah.
Tiernan doesn't have enough. Tiernan's too drunk to basically know better.
And,
So-
and Grumpfel is not drunk enough to be stubbornly wandering back to the Valeway, knowing that one by himself after dark in this area, given what's happened already, is probably a good idea to stay with the group.
No, nice.
Here comes the consequence.
And Delgrim will probably be assailing Aloysius.
Right now.
Yeah. And
Delgrim will be hassling Aloysius about the other single satyr he's ever met, and just kind of joking about how he thought it was a monster and he'd have to hunt it and kill it and eat it to survive. But then they became really good friends, and it was
So it was just a giant misunderstanding.
Story got
it
dark.
was
for a
good
second.
time.
Can
Yeah,
I clarify which members of the troop are coming upstairs?
So Aloysius sort of leads you guys to where there is a spiral staircase that's going up to the second floor, sort of near where the bar is. With him, there is himself. There is Tate, the half-orc. There is Z, the grung. And you have no idea where Orphelia's suddenly gone. Like, you look around and you can't see her.
Okay.
Follow me, please. Come. There's plenty of comfortable seats upstairs.
I'll go hand in hand with Bex up the stairs.
Yeah, and Bex is sort of like, sort of skipping her way up. As each of you gets to the bottom of the stairs, Aloysius offers a hand, sort of to almost to sort of help people as they go up the stairs on that initial sort of track, first few steps. Do people accept the offer of assistance? Do people not?
Rowan is sober enough to get herself up the stairs.
Okay.
Yeah, I think same with Grumpfel.
Okay.
Delgrim assumes it's being held out for someone else and just kind of walks around.
Okay.
Tiernan will look at it odd, and then Blinky will come down and take his own hand, and up he goes.
Okay.
Tiernan almost becomes like a
As-
support vehicle.
As Rowan goes past, I think everyone else is all right. I think. She glances back at Grumpfel, being like, "Are we all right? Are we good?"
Yes, I may be old, but I'm not that old just yet.
That's not what she
Am
meant.
I
That's not what she meant.
am I already up the stairs?
So I'll get to you in just a tick, Miera.
Okay. I just wanted to know.
So Tiernan, as Blinky sort of takes your hand down to his, he grips it fairly gently, sort of in a sort of a gesture of assistance.
No.
Blinky.
He'd lean on Blinky rather than.
He'd
take
lean
the
on
hand.
Blinky, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right, sure, okay,
Cool.
cool. Yep. Blinky sort of hovers, like dips quite severely. Not entirely built to support maybe that much weight, but yeah, you all make your way upstairs. So Miera, you get upstairs. Upstairs, it is essentially a giant attic space. There are a number of large crates and boxes scattered around. You see there's about 4 couches sort of haphazardly strewn about. You can see a number of bags and satchels and half a dozen just sleeping mats that have been laid out around, just sort of scattered randomly about this place. There's a small wooden stool in the middle, and you can see on that there's about half a dozen candles that have all sort of melted and dripped over the sides. Yeah.
And Bex is with me.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll ask her. So, where do you sleep?
Oh, just that bedroll
up here,
Yeah, just the bedroll over there.
all together.
Oh, yeah, why not?
Just doesn't seem like it's very private, and I don't know. It just seems different to what we had at home and stuff. And
Oh, I mean, it kind of is, but I mean, like, this is how like these artist types kind of travel. Apparently, I don't know. This is the first time I've ever kind of hung out with people like this. But they're super nice. Miera, like super nice. And I think you really should have a talk with Aloysius at some stage. And you can she's like Bex is pretty toasted. Because I just think it would like you know how when people get really drunk and they're trying to be subtle, it's like you should really talk to Aloysius, like really talk to him, you know?
okay,
You know?
I will.
Okay.
You know who you should talk to?
Hey, you, because you're my best friend.
Well, yeah, but you should talk to your parents too. Have you sent a message or anything? They'd be pretty worried. I can't judge because I haven't sent my parents a message.
Yeah,
but,
so you can't judge.
But I haven't been gone as long as you have, so it's worse for you.
Maybe we should both send our parents messages. We could write them a letter. Dear Mum and Dad, and Miera's mum and Miera's dad, we are okay. Loves and hugs us.
That could work.
Yeah.
We have not been kidnapped.
Yeah. Absolutely safe. We're fine. Having fun, not drunk at all.
Did you take sparkle cookies with you when you came?
No.
Oh,
Why would no? Why would I take?
I bet you missed them though.
No. I haven't had a sparkle cookie in ages.
Miera pull one out of her bag. It's crumbly.
So
But-
I would like you, because we've got to be getting close to the end
Yeah,
of your
there's like
sauce.
literally only one.
D4 left.
Okay, cool, awesome, excellent. I was going to
Oh.
leave it up to the dice, but if you want to do that, that's fine. Yeah. So you pull
A
it out,
D4 left.
and it's a bit crumbly.
Yeah.
She's like, "Oh my god, how is? Oh my god, can I have it?"
Of course.
She takes it and takes the bite. And you know how when you are super drunk and you eat something which is really nice and it instantly transforms into the greatest meal you've ever had in your entire life? This expression of intense pleasure and happiness passes over her as she savors this first bite from one of these sparkle cookies. And she's like,
The 3 a.m. burger run.
yeah, she's just like, oh my god, this is so good.
Tastes like home.
And she starts crying.
And Miera will grab her and pull her into a hug, and we'll also get a bit teary as well.
It's like, I miss Mum and Dad, and I've missed you, and I've missed your parents, but this is really important. And I mean, like, Aloysius is showing me what we need to do. What? Can't find the words because I'm too drunk. But there's stuff that we have to do it. You still having the dreams?
Yeah.
Are they still bad?
You said follow your dreams, but my dreams are just dark and scary.
They haven't changed at all?
I can kind of hear stuff, and it feels like something's there, but no, they're just terrifying.
You need to talk to Aloysius. Focus a bit with the day, Aloysius.
We need to go to bed.
Oh, but it's early. I want to drink more. As you guys are talking, the rest of you guys are now sort of stumbling upstairs, and you can see the two halflings off to one side in this embrace. Hard to hear exactly what they're saying because you're so close, you're not having to be loud or anything like that.
Say there was a place to sit.
Yeah, there's like a couple of like old couches sort of arranged up here. Some old like bed rolls and stuff like that. Definitely places to be able to park.
Tiernan would definitely park himself rather heavily in the old couch.
Yep. And all my a squeak as the old springs strain under the sort of the pressure of you sitting down.
Tiernan doesn't notice.
Rowan's gonna get up there and do that thing of like, oh god, they're all drunk. What do I do now?
Awkward. As you're looking around, sort of, you don't even really notice, and suddenly, Aloysius is beside you. He's like, "You okay there, dear? You seem a little bit uncertain."
I'm fine. I'm the one who takes care of them, and now they're all needing care. I'm fine.
He holds out a hand to you.
She is like so unbelievably suspicious of this guy, so she's not taking his hand.
Okay.
Nope.
He sort of waits for a moment. So he draws his hand back and he says, "So who looks after you, Rowan? You look after all of your friends here, which is an admirable trait. Who looks after you?"
She just looks up at him and goes, "I've got someone. It's fine."
Very well. Gives you a big smile all of a sudden and goes, "Make yourself comfortable. If there's anything that you need, please just ask. I'm more than happy to help out in any way that I can."
She's like quickly going to survey everyone and be like, "Could we get? I know it's not fun. But could we get some water so that then tomorrow morning they can like get up and not? I don't have to drag them all out of bed by their hair."
Excellent suggestion. Z, can you go and get us some water, please? And the grung, who's literally just sort of appeared at the top of the stairs, goes, "Yeah, sure."
Thank you.
Sort of turns back around, and you actually see him hop onto the banister and
Whee!
down the staircase.
Roll for splinters.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. We've gone French.
Yeah. My name is Z.
Oh no.
My name is Z.
We've got a stretch redeem for those who haven't done it
If
yet.
you like my magical baguette. Hold on, that's some weird implications there.
Yep. I've already been trying really hard not to say bad things.
So you're all of you are now upstairs, joined by Aloysius, Tate. Not long after, Z appears back with a large tray with two big jugs of ice cold water and a bunch of just wooden mugs. Starts handing them out, sort of positioning them around. Grumpfel.
Yes.
You hear like a popping noise beside you. And hovering just slightly off to one side is a tiny little humanoid figure. There's two small gossamer wings beating fast behind its body. So it's flying there. Golden hair falling down to about their shoulders and wearing these long, flowing, almost but not quite see-through like robes or shifting material. It's very hard to work out what it is. Just hovering there, just looking at you now.
And looking like directly at
Looking like
Grumpfel.
directly at you, like straight into your eyes.
Who's nearest to me out of the group?
Probably Rowan. Yep.
Okay. Grumpfel will just sort of put his hand on Rowan's shoulder and says, can you see this?
Hey, Ham, can I see it?
Yes, you can.
The flying, yeah, it's right there. You
And
okay?
Yeah,
There's
looking
a-
at it like, hello.
There's a second pop, and in front of you, almost like directly back to the other one, is another one of these small creatures. It looks almost identical to the one that's looking at Grumpfel, except this one's now looking at you, Rowan. And they both, in a perfect synchronization, raise their hands up to you, and they both go, "Hi."
Rowan 100% just commits to the. Hi.
And like
Where
they
did you-
talk at exactly the same time, exactly the same tone of voice.
Where did you come from? Who are you?
The
And also,
one
and then
that's-
she's just like gonna firmly elbow Grumpfel and be like, "Are you all right?"
So the one that's looking at you, Rowan, says, "I'm Prix." And the one that's looking at Grumpfel goes, "And I'm Prix. And we've always been here." And then they start sort of flying around each other. Just gently.
I'll look around to see if there's any others appearing in front of any of the other party.
Not that you can see.
Are they small enough that at a distance that Rowan and Grumpfel are away from the party that they wouldn't be seen, or there's none that?
No, it's like it's a large space, but everyone's sort of close enough together, and the candles in the middle of the room have been lit. So yeah, you'd be able to see each other definitely. Like if you could see any more.
Okay, better question. Why did you appear out of thin air now?
They stop, and you're pretty sure it's the same one who was in front of you before, but
Mhm.
they look so similar. You're maybe not sure. Why not?
Oh, it's just you weren't here before, and that's why I'm asking.
Well, I mean, I was here before. just
You know
couldn't
what I mean.
see me. Do I know what I mean, though?
She's like gonna do that glare of like, you know.
And it glares back, like exactly the same facial expression.
What changed? Was it because we came up here? And have you been up here, or have you been in the group the whole time? Because those things are different too.
We've been downstairs, but then we came up with you. People downstairs get a bit loud and they get a bit touchy. It's a bit weird.
And appearing out of thin air is not weird.
No?
As she says that, she realizes what she's said.
Yeah.
She's doing that like, oh.
No, why?
All right.
Do the
What
rest
do I
of us
need to
see
roll
these
to
things?
recognize what these things are?
Make an Arcana check for me, Mr. Grumpfel.
I'm generally assuming that Rowan hasn't seen this kind of creature before and therefore wouldn't know. So yeah.
9 in total.
9. Yeah.
Do the rest of us see them?
Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, who's the next closest? Can we of the group?
I mean, it depends on a few guys. So you guys would sort of be off slightly to one side.
You would also have started hearing Rowan talking to someone.
Yeah.
He's not being quiet.
You'd be able to glance around and you would see these two small flying figures. They're very, very small. Like sort of think, a little bit bigger than a hummingbird sort of size. We just thought we'd pop out, say hi. You like you're having fun.
But why
But-
us? They're having way more fun. And she like points at someone who is clearly drunk. I
Which
assume there's
would
at
be
least one
Delgrim.
person
Yeah.
dancing by
And-
themselves.
Tiernan.
If there isn't an actual hand drum in the room that they've gone up to, Delgrim will have found something percussive and will be banging out a beat. It just kind
There's-
of looks up. Oh.
There'd be like
Exactly, there it
a
is.
little crate. There'd be like a little crate off to one side that like its lid's slightly askew, so you can see it's empty, and you could sort of put that back on and use as a little drum. And
Are they the little creature Braxton told us about?
Rowan at that point was not listening. She was too busy staring at everybody else.
So Aloysius would have heard that as he's settled in on one of the couches. He's sort of lounging down, sort of lying the length of it, just sort of watching all of you. And he goes, "Oh, those two, yes, Pricks and Pricks. Yes, they're part of our group as well."
Okay, Grumpfel's going to relax a little bit more now. Just wasn't sure what or where they were coming from, but he's still going to be wary.
So one of them sort of flies a little bit closer to you, Grumpfel, and then just whizzes off back towards where the rest of the group is. The other one in front of you, Rowan, is just sort of watching, studying. Like every facial expression you pull starts to match it.
She's going to grab a glass of water that's been brought back up by...
Yep.
And take it, like, with her eye half on whichever of Pricks and Prax it is, over to Miera to give her some water, because she's like, "You are going to need some water, and I am not carrying you, because you're, like, the same size as me."
So as you make your way over, this small creature just sort of flies along, always sort of in front of your face, always trying to sort of be right in your face.
Mm-hmm.
So as you sort of bend over, it sort of goes down. So it's always trying to maintain, and that really kind of annoying way of someone who's constantly in your face.
Ah, yes, a sibling. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, a small child if you're a teacher.
Yeah.
No, familiar.
What are you doing?
Giving her some water
Why are you giving her some water?
because she's drunk,
Yeah. So why does she need water?
so that tomorrow she doesn't feel sick.
That's tomorrow. It's not tonight. You'll get her another drink. That'd be fun.
I did. I gave her a drink of water.
No, not water. What? That kind of
Just
boring.
one, just so she
Just
breaks
one?
it up a bit.
So then you're
Gonna
going to
have
get her a
some
glass
water,
of
and
wine?
then she can have some. It's up to her. It's not up to me.
Are you going to drink
Will I
water?
have
as well?
noticed this?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll look over Bex's shoulder, or if I'm still hugging her, or if I'm sitting on wherever I'm, and I'll be like,
Yeah.
Who's that little person? And thank you for the water. And she'll be
Bex
got the
looks-
guzzle of water.
Bex looks over and she goes, "Oh, that's Prax." And the little person goes, no, it's Pricks. And Bex is like, "What? Yeah. Okay, it's Pricks." And the little person goes, "Yes, it is. Probably."
Are they annoying you, Rowan?
like she looks at you with that face of like, you think?
So
Doesn't say it. Does
so
not
you-
say it, but does the like.
you look at her with that face, and like from your peripheral vision,
Mhm.
Pricks sort of slowly glides in really slowly, really
Yeah.
slowly with this big stupid sign. She's like, "Am I annoying you?"
What is going through her head is exactly what Ellie B just put in the chat. But it's not the point. Yeah, they do, and it's a problem, Rachel. It's a problem. They absolutely remind me of that. She's just like, I mean, I like a little more personal space. I'm not breathing your breath, if that's fine.
Oh.
You're like a
Smart.
personal space invader.
Quite like the idea of that. Oh, personal space. I'll give you a bit more space, and they fly back maybe about 4 centimeters. This better?
I mean, look, if I reached out in front of me and could whack you, it's probably too close.
Is that like a threat?
No, it's just more of a like that way. If I accidentally flail, I don't whack you one by
I'm
accident.
swinging my arms like this, and you walk
Yeah,
into
very
the
much that. Which is exactly what was in my head. So thank you. Yeah.
You went for the bingo card? Simpson references.
Oh God. No, because that's everything. That's not.
Yeah.
They've
at
done
this
everything.
stage. Yeah, including future stuff. It's terrifying.
It's more so that you don't accidentally get hurt. I would never do it on purpose. Not without warning, anyway.
Okay.
You can
Shoots
decide
up.
if I have to roll for that, Ham. That's absolutely fine.
Swirls around, so it does a small cartwheel in the air and then just sort of floats off towards the rest of sort of where the rest of the group is. And you can see the other small creature is just sort of doing sort of figure
Bog
eights
laps.
in the air above the group, very slowly, just sort of watching and seeing what's going on.
Rowan is going to turn to Bex and just say, "Are they always like that?"
She looks and goes, yeah. It's
What do
pretty
you
bad.
do?
Well, I've been nice because the last time I wasn't nice, one of them turned me into a snail, and that really sucked. So, yeah, they're actually not that bad. They're quite nice most of the time when they're not being assholes, which is a lot of the time.
Has Tiernan seen these things by now?
Yeah.
Does he recognize what they are?
Make an Arcana roll.
Ooh, 9.
No.
Oh my god.
No.
You saw
I mean-
that roll, didn't you?
All of you would probably have an inkling that they're probably some kind of Fey type creature, but beyond that, yeah.
Tiernan's probably going to grab a drink of water by now.
Didn't Braxton call them by name and say they were pixies?
Yeah,
Just
he might have
remembering that.
actually. Yeah.
I think you did.
Yeah.
Rowan
Pretty
doesn't know what
sure.
that means.
Yeah, that's the whole other thing. But yeah,
So, with you all upstairs, some of you still drinking, some of you now reverting to water to try and avoid the consequences of the next day.
Why do you want us to come up here anyway?
Sorry?
Tiernan just drops the thing saying, "Why did we come up here again?"
And Aloysius, who's still sort of just lounging on the couch, he goes, "Just a bit more privacy if people need to have a sleep. We've got bedrolls, there's the couches. I'm more than welcome to sleep here for the evening. Any friend of Beck's is a friend of mine. If you want to keep drinking, we can do that. We can play some music. It's nice to get away from downstairs after a while." And he's like, that's Delgrim, the interesting beat you've got going there. You actually can play the
yeah. Delgrim can absolutely play a hand drum, correct?
Performance.
So- So whilst you're doing that, you would have noticed that Tate, the half orc, has actually come over and he's sort of sitting close to where you are, and just sort of grooving along with your beat. Not partaking, but obviously, appreciates what you're laying down.
Sure, they're words.
Yeah, they are words, absolutely, and I used them in a sentence.
Yeah, you did.
You did.
Lexical ambiguity. That's not going to come back to bite you in the butt at all.
Never. So, as you guys settle in and work out what it is that you're going to do next, now's probably a good time to actually have a little break to our mark. Saz, you're all good? Yeah. The amount of energy that's coming off Saz tonight is
Yeah,
like a
it's
light
electric.
bulb.
It's
It
like
is.
It's like pricks and
sun
cracks, just
being
both
born.
It is.
in your face.
It's
Incredible.
astounding. It's
It looks like a Tesla coil.
Yeah.
Her eyes are
Yes.
just glowing.
Replenish your drinks,
All
folks.
the finger
Go-
guns
You
Yeah.
guys are playing with
Hydrate,
fire.
dehydrate, do
No,
the
we're not
things.
playing with fire.
Hydrate, dehydrate, do the things.
Saz is far too sweet. All right, we'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you very much to everyone who's lurking, hanging out with us. Come back, find out, is anything else going to happen tonight? If it's not, who's going to wake up with a hangover tomorrow? And then what are these clowns going to do? Who knows?
take-
Will they
take
even
the-
Us or
survive?
which
Who
one's us or
knows?
the
Will
people
they
going through?
even survive the night?
Take the opportunity to
knows?
look at the Meeples and Dragons website and consider donating to the Black Dog Institute.
Institute.
Nice call. Excellent. All right. See you in 510. Welcome to Radiant Potatoes, where we
It's just a slight change to the scheduled program. We all become sentient potatoes.
yeah.
Whoops. Oh my god.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Thank you to everyone who's still here, and thank you to everyone who's brave enough to keep watching.
Oh no.
So, where we left off was that it was late in the evening. Our little group of adventurers had retired to the upstairs attic area with most of the members of the Troop of the Mystic, or the Court of the Mystic Delirium. Some people were still indulging in alcoholic beverages. Delgrim was indulging in his musical urges. Yeah, is there anything sort of... The night feels like it's sort of winding down a little bit. Is there anything that people are wanting to do at this point in time, or...
Rowan is not going to go to bed until she knows that everyone's all good. So, regardless of how tired she will be, that's happening.
Okay. What's everybody else doing?
Miera's not leaving Bex.
Yep. Okay. Bex is drinking slowed down a bit. She is very drunk. But she's kind of got to that point where you stop drinking and you're sort of down on the downward slope.
I'm drinking water now because I don't drink that much. So.
Yeah. Cool.
Will we be staying here tonight, friends, or shall we go back to Vale Way, to rooms which we have paid for?
I mean, do you think you can get everybody down in the stairs?
I don't want to leave.
Aloysius says, you're all more than welcome to stay here. I do appreciate that you've only just met us, and some of you, and he kind of glances at Rowan, might be a little bit concerned, but I can guarantee your safety while you're here. Bex, I'm sure you can vouch for myself and the rest of us. And Bex is just like, yeah, it's fine, guys. You absolutely can stay here. It's not the most comfortable, but nothing's going to happen. They're really nice. At this stage, you guys notice that Athelas is actually up here with you guys as well, but he has been so quiet and kind of came up later that he sort of just positioned himself off in sort of a not... When I say in a corner, I don't mean like in a creepy fashion, but just more, he's kept himself
Nobody puts
separate.
Athelas in the corner.
No one puts Athelas, yeah. And I've had... No, but he is up there, and he's just sort of been sitting quietly, just sort of observing, if anything.
Tiernan will be drinking water, mainly at Blinky's prodding. But apart from that, he hasn't really voiced much. He's a little bit drunk.
Rowan is content if the party is going to stay here, she's going to stay up until she knows everyone's good. If the party insists on leaving, she's terrified they're all going to break their legs as they go down the stairs.
And it was Tate that was jamming out with Delgrim.
Yeah.
Delgrim will probably just kind of turn to Tate and say, it appears we are staying here for a night, but I wonder, Tate, if you are able to maybe, before I go to sleep, to maybe get some corn. Do you know corn?
He gives you the strangest look.
He's
There's no
propositioning
mum.
me.
And then studies you. Hold on, let me see. He's just going to make an inside check here. Hold on.
Hang on a sec. I want to see how this plays out.
God, the chat is out of fucking control tonight.
The chat is always out of control, Ham. You can just read the chat for once.
Yeah, this is true. He's like, I'm sorry, Delgrim, but did you say corn?
Corn. is delicious, juicy, amazing corn.
Sorry, my friend. I don't think at this hour of the night I can get you any corn. But maybe
Yeah,
tomorrow we can go and find somewhere. There's probably some in the markets or something.
That is unfortunate, but
Look, to
very
be fair,
well.
I haven't had corn in a while, so I should go. I quite like the idea.
I'm more of a Slipknot fan myself.
Oh, there it is.
Grumpfel dies.
See
so
you
moving on.
grinning over there. I'm like, oh
Yeah,
no.
It's coming. It's coming. Look,
Oh.
Delgrim, I'm. You and I in the morning go get some corn. How about
breakfast corn is
it? Breakfast
good
corn. That sounds like an amazing thing.
I think at this point, Tiernan's probably started to snore from the couch.
As he starts to snore, you guys watch as Aloysius gets up, walks around and bends over one of the crates and rustles around a bit. Pulls out a blanket, walks over to Tiernan, very carefully just puts the blanket over him, tucks him in, positions him so that he's sort of comfortable, but also if he decides to be ill in the middle of the night, he's not going to make a mess.
So the recovery position is what
Yeah,
you're
pretty
saying.
much. Yeah. And just makes sure that Tiernan's in a good, comfortable, sensible position. Sort of takes a step back, looks at his handiwork, gives Tiernan a very gentle pat on the shoulder, and then looks at Blinky,
Yeah, Blinky's probably been staring at him
Yep.
this entire time.
reaches out very carefully, just pats Blinky on the top as well, and goes back to his couch, lies back down again.
Rowan is awake, just making sure that everyone is in bed and whatever before she goes to bed.
So what's Grumpfel's plan?
He was drinking water. Just he was fascinated with Bricks and Prax as to what they were doing and how they fit into the group, given that we'd had the evening to figure out a little bit of the group dynamic. I'm guessing he no longer has as much suspicion of he's not an overly suspicious person, but he has been and seen and done a few things that to be wary of new things, especially in a setting that they've never been in Harrow before. So despite Miera's friend being part of the other group, just being wary. But if it looks like the group's settling down and he's happy just to sort of continue here, if that's where everyone is.
Okay. As the night's winding down, Aloysius gets up from his couch and just sort of looks over the group here, makes sure everyone's sort of okay, and then wanders over again to you, Rowan. Whereabouts would you sort of be positioned at this point in time?
I would say that she is close to Miera, but not like the door side of Miera, if that makes sense. And not like invading her little thing, but just sussing out and keeping an eye because of Aloysius' interest in her earlier.
Yeah, for sure. He walks over and sort of plonks down beside you. Just sits there beside you for probably like a minute or two, not saying anything. Just sort of existing in that same space with you, not invading your personal space, but just sort of
not pricks and praxing it.
Not pricks and praxing it.
Next door. Okay.
Yeah. And then he sort of leans in a little bit close and sort of says, "You're a good friend."
No.
Well, you're not a good friend?
No.
Why do you say that?
Good friends don't disappear.
You haven't disappeared. You're right here, right now.
She just looks at him and then looks back. No words.
Don't trust me, do you?
No.
It's because we've just met?
It's because you were very quick to invite a bunch of people that you don't know up to your room.
I know Bex. Bex knows Miera. Miera knows you. I trust Bex.
You're willing to go 6 degrees of separation away from somebody before and decide that you still trust them that way.
In this particular situation, absolutely.
Grumpfel enough, close enough to hear this conversation?
Up to you.
Yeah, up to you, Grumpfel.
She's not being loud, but she's not being.
But it's not. He's not that he's shuffling over to eavesdrop. But if it's within thing, I might, if I may, just an insight or something to sort of Aloysius's mannerisms.
So make like sort of insight check to sort of like get out like a vibe check.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
If that's all right.
Yeah, absolutely.
16.
16. You sort of spend, sort of 30, 45 seconds sort of observing the interactions between the two, and Aloysius has got a very open body language. There's a look of genuine curiosity on his face when he's talking to Rowan. Doesn't seem to be anything sort of deceitful or of that nature. It's actually surprisingly open, just someone who is very curious about another person.
Cool. Grumpfel will pull out his flute and his little carving knife and just sort of keep whittling on the side of it.
You trust people within 6 degrees. Why? Being very trusting.
Well, I don't trust everybody within 6 degrees, but there are certain people who I'll trust more. Bex, for example.
Why? Why do you trust her opinion? You don't know her either very well by the sounds of things.
Well, I know her well enough.
What does that mean? You're thinking awfully hard for something that's a fairly simple question.
I am, because there's certain parts of this which I'm not sure if it's my place to really talk about.
Don't. Just talk about the things you can. I asked you why you trust her, not about
Why do I trust her?
Yes.
I trust Bex because she's a kindred spirit. Do you trust Miera?
I don't not trust Miera. Is a better way of thinking of it.
Is Miera a friend of yours?
I've been traveling with Miera for a while now. Or at least, sort of. She carried my stuff when I disappeared for a bit. So I trust her as far as that's concerned.
Very roundabout way of not giving an answer, Rowan.
No. I trust her because she looked after my things when I went missing.
But they asked if she's a friend of yours or not.
And I said I've been traveling with her for a while.
Is she a friend?
Depends on what you define as a friend, right? Because
What do
I say,
you...
hang on. If I say yes, are you defining on your terms or on mine?
Interesting. Okay. Would
What's a
you
friend?
would you call her a friend in regards to what you consider a friend then?
No, I haven't known her long enough. And it's not because she can't be. It's that she's not yet. Does that make sense? She and I haven't had enough conversations. She doesn't. We don't know enough about each other for that to be a label that I'm happy to have.
These other people that you travel with, are any of them a friend?
You're asking a lot of questions about the people I'm traveling with.
I am. I'm a curious person.
Why is that?
Find it's very useful to know about people and their relationships with each other,
Why is it useful to you?
because then I know how to interact with them. Helps me guide who I may or may not trust as well.
So you don't just find that stuff out for yourself. You have to judge it by other people's interpretations of people.
I didn't
Do
say
you not
that.
trust your own judgment?
I trust a lot of my judgment, but I also like to take into consideration what others say too.
But then again, I go back to, why do you trust me then? Why do you trust my perspective? You have
Okay.
nothing to trust me for.
Don't necessarily trust you. I'm just
So why
curious.
would you ask?
I'm curious to see what you say.
She stops talking. I find it curious that you find me curious.
Well, it's a very curious place, Rowan.
Cass, exactly. Rowan is the only
Yeah.
sober one
Yeah,
at the party.
At the moment, anybody else is listening to this conversation is going, "Oh my god,
Oh, my brain hurts.
I don't know. Grumpfel might enjoy it, even
Grumpfel probably
even with a few under his belt. He'd be okay. It's like a tennis match, whatever tennis is.
Is this Aloysius?
Yeah. He'll just stay sitting beside you quietly for the next sort of 5 or so minutes.
Gonna like
It's like
eyeball Grumpfel, but more in a like trying to decide if he's about to go to sleep or not.
No, with lively debate, Grumpfel won't be going to sleep. He'll be just sitting there. Again, where's
No,
my
that's fine.
popcorn? Where's my popcorn? Here we go. Yeah, no, sorry, he's not going to sleep just yet.
Oh, that's fine. No, like because she's literally just checking, like visually checking in to see how everyone's doing.
Yeah, he's got a
the party.
flute there, and he's whittling some little sort of carving or something into it.
Whittling a teeny tiny blinky for a later prank.
So what's Delgrim doing at the moment?
He's stretched out on the floor, ready for non-eyes at this point, I think, because most everyone else is wound down. He might just kind of very quietly say into that silence, "It's very hard to sleep with all this tension in the air. I'm sure everything will be fine. I'll see you all in the morning." And then we'll turn over and try and actually get some sleep.
Geez, I'm glad we paid for that in room.
Especially with all the sweet money that you've got. So at this stage, like Bex has probably like fallen asleep, like leaned up against a crate or something like that.
I thought
I
you
can
were
almost
up against Miera, like just.
I was
in a
going to
pile.
say literally they're probably up against each other, up against a crate, and I go,
Snoring away.
So Mira's a snorer.
she is when she's tanked.
Yeah.
Little leg twitches every now and then.
Yeah, it's like she's running in her sleep. Aloysius gets up. Looks at you, Rowan, and goes, "I like you.
Why?
You're a bit suspicious of things. You don't trust quickly. It's probably quite sensible.
We can't go on like this. We're caught in a trap.
You've got a very special companion over there. Maybe she'll be a friend one day.
She's dead-eyeing him.
Yeah. And he's just like very casual expression, eyes locked with yours though. We hope one day that you and I can be friends too.
I
But
don't know anything about you, and you don't know anything about me. So why would we be friends?
I like to think that I'm a good judge of character.
Why?
was
When
a
you
bit of
ask
a
everyone
cheeky
else about why when you ask everyone else about their opinions before you make up your own, that's an easy thing to be.
Well, I mean, I never said if I've made up my opinion or not. I was just asking some questions.
I wonder how many people actually know you, Aloysius, and how many people you just perform for.
Probably not a lot of people who really know me. But, I mean, you can ask anybody amongst my companions, and they'll be very upfront and honest. I'm happy. I mean, is there something that you would like to ask me now?
No. That was because of the chat, not because of you.
No, I know. I'm looking at the
Yeah.
chat again. Look, it's the witching hour, as some call it. Open book.
Why do you always offer people your hand?
I have a certain knack for understanding the energies that lie within people.
You tell me that I'm not given a straight answer.
Oh, that's as straight as I can tell. There's not a fib or a lie within that.
I didn't say there wasn't a fib or a lie. I said it wasn't a straight answer.
Interesting. Thought I was giving a straight answer.
I don't believe you thought that for a second. But I think you're tired. So maybe you'll think better tomorrow.
You afraid to take?
She just sort of sits back.
You afraid to take my hand, Rowan?
No. But I don't shake hands very often anymore.
Would you take my hand now?
No.
You wound me, Rowan. But that is your choice.
That's why.
Elbow.
But it's gonna happen. Fucking hell.
Sorry.
Miera dies.
Am I the only one left now? Has everyone died this session?
Yeah, quite possibly. Quite possibly.
Can I just confirm, because she would be able to tell, is what's her face up here? Name blank. Go burr.
Lady Ophelia?
Yes, thank you.
Nope.
Yeah.
No.
She, ever since you saw her on the stage, ever since she came down from the stage and you guys headed up here, she vanished.
Look, it's just clear to me that your entire troop isn't up here. So, I don't know that I trust anyone as far as I can throw them, which, as a halfling, isn't very far.
It's not very far, is it? The Lady Ophelia. Do you think there's something nefarious going on there? She's off doing something nasty, or
I didn't say that. I just noticed she wasn't here.
she doesn't sleep up here with us.
Because?
As she likes to put it, she doesn't like slumming it.
You see a smirk go across Rowan's face at that.
She likes to sleep in more refined places, or alternatively, find someone to sleep with in more refined places.
Oh.
Nick.
I'm so proud of
Perfectly
you
timed.
because my brain was doing it, but I couldn't say it because character. Fine. It's just interesting that she views it as slumming it with you. I wonder how you really feel about that. And she's just going to turn away in that way of like, this conversation is done. I am breaking this eye contact to look, to double check on Delgrim and Tiernan.
Delgrim's a bit drooling.
Yeah. Tiernan's now got Blinky like embedded into his forehead because he rolled over. Like,
No, Bragman, don't mix those two things.
Aloysius will turn around and glance over at Grumpfel. And we'll say, you okay there, sir? Anything I can get you before we call it a night?
No, I am quite content over here. It has been an interesting evening, full of merriment, mirth, mystery, and I sense that the evening is drawing to a close, and that each will sort of do their own thing, and who knows what the night will bring.
Hopefully good night's sleep. Everyone's had a lot to drink. Time for some rest.
Yes.
Well, Grumpfel, it's been a pleasure meeting you this evening. I'm going to retire. See you in the morning, I suppose.
Grumpfel just gives him a little sort of nod.
Aloysius heads over to where one of the little sleeping mats is, takes off his big floppy hat, parks it neatly beside there, and lies down, pulls the pillow up, gets comfortable, rolls over.
Waiting for Delgrim to steal the hat. There's only one floppy hat in this group.
And so with that, Grumpfel, are you going to... So Rowan and Grumpfel, basically at this stage, both of you are possibly still awake. Up to you guys, whether you're going to go to
Rowan's
sleep or...
basically not sleeping.
Okay.
Because she doesn't trust this guy as far as she can throw him.
Okay.
Which means tomorrow she's going to be real tired and real grumpy. It's going to be real good.
If Rowan looks over in Grumpfel's direction, Grumpfel will give her the look of, can I help with anything?
She's just actually going to go, no, sleep. It's fine. I'll take the watch.
Yeah, Grumpfel does need the to replenish some spells, so he can't exactly stay up all night himself.
Rowan doesn't get enough spell slots to be worried about that.
Oh, ouch.
She doesn't though. She's gonna prop herself like by the door.
Would you like some of my coffee before I rest for the evening?
Thank you. Yes, I'll save it for when the wee hours make tired of us.
All right, Grumpfel will sort of pull out a small measure of it. I know there's water here, and sort of I might just leave it up to Rowan as to how she makes it.
Yeah, she'll probably just hang on to it like in the interim. So that she can
wait.
Like,
Before we wake up, and there's Rowan eating them like popcorn, eyes wide.
Eyes wider than even normal.
Okay. So the evening will progress with those of you who are sleeping, those of you who are trying to stay awake as long as possible, doing so.
Kate, does Rowan visually look like she needs any healing? No, okay. Just figure I might as well.
I mean, look, let's remember that she's basically today reappeared with you, gone and had some dinner at a pub, and then like, but yeah, no, she looks fine.
Okay.
Did we actually eat?
I'm presuming
you had food here.
Okay.
No.
We ordered stuff at the same time as those drinks.
Yeah. So sorry, Grumpfel, were you sleeping or?
Yes, Grumpfel will.
Takes you a while, Grumpfel, to fall asleep. And you're sort of tossing and turning to get a bit comfortable at one stage. And you glance over, sort of, as you do, when you see you roll over, your eyes sort of open briefly to sort of glance around. And you see Rowan perched up wherever it is that she's sitting at the moment. As your eyes close, just for a moment, you're not sure if it's the events of the night or anything that you've drunk or fatigue or what it is. Rowan flickers. Like she's there, like a glitch almost. She's there, she's not there, and then she's there. And you, like, your brain is sort of trying to register, did I see that? Not sure.
Hydrate.
Hydrate.
Rowan is the ring girl. Holy crap, guys.
Yeah.
You're thinking like this.
Just come next time with the perfect hair for it.
Just don't come out of the TV. That's
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Because you're on like 3 of my screens, and that would just be too much, I think, for me.
Just get you a VR headset from Ethan.
I was thinking. I was going to go with that, but that's the Grudge, isn't it? It's
That's
not
the
the
Grudge.
ring.
it's the Grudge.
I used to work
So-
with a lady.
Timmy, the TV's leaking.
So just
All right, so
the briefest of seconds.
like just a shimmer, or like
for a split second.
like a candle flicker, or
Yeah, it's like when you think for the briefest of seconds she's not there and then she is. Well, you think that's what happened, but you're not 100% sure because it was so fast, and it could have just been the single candle that's still going in the middle on the small chair. It could have been a play of the shadows. It could have been the angle that you're like. It could have been all sorts of things, but pretty sure that's what you saw.
not enough to arouse suspicion. Just a funny thing.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of you lie there watching for a little bit longer, and Rowan's still sitting there.
Oh,
Dreaded GM.
Hey.
G'day. And friends. Hello and welcome.
Oh, holy shit!
wow.
Welcome, guys.
Hi,
Hey,
Dread.
thanks-
Hey, Dread.
thanks for jumping in.
yeah.
This is our little 5e live play campaign, episode 11. Welcome to all sorts of crazy stuff going on.
Currently, half of us have passed out drunk.
Yeah, half the group's drunk. The other half don't trust the people that you're with, and someone's
I
just
mean,
so it's fine.
I was just thinking, yeah.
Delgrim just went to sleep, thank you. He didn't actually pass out.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I'm
fair.
sorry.
Oh, sorry. He drank heavily and then he fell asleep. Our
Yeah.
bad.
Correct.
No,
That's
Tiernan
right.
passed out.
Yeah. Oh, we know.
Tiernan had a rough day.
Yes, we've had a suspicious suspicioning.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
So, unless there's anything anyone specifically wants to do, the rest of the evening would pass by.
Mm-hmm.
So Rowan, you're trying to stay awake for the entire night.
Yep.
Okay. Do you want to make a Constitution
Sure.
saving throw?
Because a halfling is going to have the best of best constitutions. Everybody. Oh, I've got a +2 to Constitution. I take that sarcasm back. My apologies.
Yeah. And it's a 1.
Hang on. No, but if it's a 1, it's fine.
Yeah, this is true. It's a 2.
It's a 17, a +2.
Oh.
Oh, nice.
You are. I feel like from the way you've described things, Rowan's probably quite wired.
Yeah, I think it's 100% that like running on adrenaline. Like I don't trust what's going on.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah.
Oh no.
You by the time the sun rises,
She's probably had that coffee about 2 a.m.
Yeah. You would see that the first to stir is Aloysius. He very, very quietly sort of eases himself up, almost subconsciously reaches out, grabs his hat, plops it on his head.
Can you please reach out and grab Delgrim's hat first, and then realize it's not his, and then put his on?
He goes, "Oh no, God, no. Terrible."
That will wake Delgrim up, who will immediately grab his hat in response.
Stretches.
Yes. Hat.
Has a look around the room, and would see Rowan still perched up, still awake.
Yep.
Holy crap! Go the subs. Go Saz. Go Heath.
Subs.
Subtastic.
Subs, not dubs. Subs, not dubs.
Snap, Saz.
He would lock eyes with you for a minute, Rowan, and give you a pleasant smile. He'd very quietly sort of tiptoe over towards you, lean in close and go, "Can I get you some breakfast?"
No, I'm fine. I'll wait for the others.
Very well. I'm going to bring food up for everybody, but that's fine. Very quietly goes down the spiral staircase. He's downstairs for maybe sort of 5-10 minutes. Comes back up very sort of carefully with these 2 large trays covered with like breads and fruit and an assortment of other sort of pieces of sort of breakfast type food. Looks for a spot to put them down. Very carefully places them, trying not to sort of, rouse anybody. Sort of looks at you and sort of gives the silent sort of, points towards it. Then he pads over to where Miera and Bex are. Very gently sort of shakes Miera's shoulder until Miera, you sort of you get woken up by this very sort of gentle shaking. Bex's head's on your shoulder. Your top's quite wet from all of her drool. And Aloysius is like, you sort of have a slight surprise because he's quite close to you. And he says in a whisper, "I'd like to have a conversation with you in private, if that's okay with you."
Yeah. Okay. And she'll try and adjust Bex and maybe tip her over the other way so she's leaning against something else.
So Aloysius comes and helps out. Like once she's like, "Oh," and he quickly goes and like grabs a cushion and sets it up so that she's nice and sort of comfortable. And between the two of you, you sort of get her propped up where she's fine.
I'll get up and like rub my eyes and just like follow him wherever.
You would see that Rowan is still up, probably looking very tired. And sitting there, and so Aloysius goes, just come with me. And as he heads towards the stairs, he looks at you, Rowan, and he says, Miera and I are just going to go downstairs and have a conversation.
And I'll just wave. Be back in a minute.
You watch, if she's paying attention, and that's entirely up to you, Cass, Rowan's face go from like, everything's fine, to like, where are you going? At him, not at you.
I probably would notice. I think I'm happy to roll for it.
It's entirely up to you. I don't know how.
Yeah, I'll roll. Can I roll perception for that hand?
It would be insight, because it's that reading of the body language. Yeah, which I feel like is probably going to be fairly well telegraphed.
Once you're tired, yeah, there's no hiding that.
I rolled a 1, but I'm going to re-roll.
Go the
Halflings,
halfling.
halfling.
That'd have been perfect to go, oh, she's hungry. I'll get
And
her
that
some extra.
re-roll was a 19 plus 3.
Nice.
Yeah, look, it's
Damn.
it's pretty obvious. Aloysius pauses for a moment. Rowan, do you want to come with us? No, you don't particularly trust me. Maybe this will help out.
She's gonna, not taking her eyes off Aloysius, just basically say to Miera, do you want me to come with you?
More than happy for both of you to come. I feel like maybe some trust needs to be built in this situation, and I'm happy to do what I can around that.
It's up to you, Rowan. You look really tired. I'm fine. I trust Aloysius. If Bex says he is trustworthy, then I trust that implicitly.
Okay, well. She looks across at you. I won't move, so you'll know exactly where I am if you need to have a chat. Because there is a particular spell that she knows is in Miera's list. I think, if Kate is remembering correctly. Kate's remembering correctly, you have message in your spell list.
No.
No? Okay. Then it's someone does. Who does? Someone has it, 'cause it's not me. All right. Well, you know where I am. I'm not going to move. So, and then she eyes back at Aloysius. Just yell if you need anything.
I will. Try and get some rest.
Rowan, I give you my word that while Miera is with me, no harm will come to her.
I wonder if our definitions of harm are the same. Just like our definition of friends. She's going to sort of step. She was partially in the way because she's basically been sitting by the door. So she's going to sort of move out of the way.
He takes sort of the first step to go down the stairs and turns back and goes, are you sure you don't want to come with us?
That's Miera's choice. She doesn't need me. That's fine.
Very well. As I said last night, I would like us to be friends. But I respect what you're saying. Come along, Miera. And he'll head downstairs.
Well, if I die, I know I've made the wrong choice, right?
It's like Miera is just going downstairs with this member of a traveling troupe.
Yeah,
like
See ya.
every part of Kate's brain is like,
Yeah, I mean, the last thing you should do is
Ah.
ever trust performers. I mean, it's just...
as a
Oh,
performer,
yeah.
yes, 100%. Any performers in the chat? Am I right? I'm right. I know I'm right.
It's a public place.
I've been playing too much D&D, Promethean. It's probably my brain. It's fun.
I think I know where it's come from, though. Okay, so Aloysius takes you downstairs. The common room for the Dulcimer's Tale is currently empty. And there's not even anyone behind the bar. And as he leads you down there, he says, normally Lud's not around here doing anything for another hour or so, so it gives us a little bit of privacy. It's a shame your friend Rowan didn't want to come down. She doesn't seem to trust people very much.
Yeah, I don't know. I think she finds it hard to trust people that she hasn't known for a long time. But I feel like she's been getting a little better with the group. I think she's close with at least one member. But maybe, I don't know, maybe that's because something's happened. Maybe someone's upset her in the past that said they were a friend.
Would you call her a friend?
Oh, I think we're getting close to being friends, but that's my thoughts. I mean, I don't know how Rowan feels necessarily. And I know she was a bit disappointed with me about stuff that had happened when she disappeared, but I tried to help, and I got a ring, and I don't know.
Come with me. We winds through the tables up to the stage, and hops up onto the stage. Offers you a hand. This is going to be the whole Dirty Dancing scene plays out now.
I was just going to hold both my hands up. Holding up on the stage.
No one puts Miera in the corner.
Offers you some assistance with getting
Aloysius, apparently.
Yeah. So
I'll take his hand.
Yep. So he helps you up there. And he says, you and your friend Bex, both of you have got a gift. Athelas, he's got the same gift as well. He holds up one hand and just sort of snaps his fingers, and most of his arm becomes wreathed in this very light blue fire. And says, I've got the same gift. He offers his hand out to you, the one that's wreathed in the fire.
Oh, Miera will tentatively put her hand towards the fire and just see if there's any heat.
Doesn't feel hot, but as your hand gets close to his, these small magical arcs of energy start flicking between the two of them, between your hand and his.
Wow. Miera will go and fully just take his hand and see what happens at that point.
Again, you get this jolt of energy like the first time. And you watch as the fire spreads from his arm up along yours. Doesn't burn, but you can feel that there's this connection between the two of you.
What is that? What is this gift?
Bex has told me about magic that two of you have been able to use since you were fairly young. Most people, when it comes to this kind of magic, they have to be taught it. Something that they learn. But there are some of us in this world where this magic is inherently part of who you are. It's a blessing. But you've been having the dreams as well, haven't you, Miera?
Yeah. But mine seem different to the ones that Bex is having. She said she had to follow her dreams, and that's why she left. My dreams are full of darkness and a sense of something being there that's terrifying.
This magic is a calling. It's a blessing that very few have. Anyone who has received this blessing has the same dreams as you, Miera. They start off with the darkness. They start off with that foreboding, that sense of something out there. The real trial, though, is to be able to push through that darkness to the light that lies beyond. Much like someone must pass through the night to see the dawn of a new day. Your friend Bex has done that. Athelas has done that. I have done that. And when you pass through that darkness, you are then shown where you must go. But the trial is pushing through that darkness.
But how? How do I do that?
That is something I cannot say. For everyone, it's different. The trial that I went through, the trial that Bex went through, the trial that Athelas went through. There are others. Not many. But there are others who also must pass through these trials. That is one of the reasons why I'm actually here in Harrow. I knew Bex and Athelas were coming. There is another person in this town as well. You I didn't know about, because you haven't passed through the darkness yet.
So you can see people on the other side of the darkness?
There is a connection amongst us for those of you who have passed through. Sometimes we refer to ourselves as the Dawn Dreamers.
Well, I don't want to be stuck with the dark dreams. But is there anyone I could talk to that would be able to help me? When Bex left, we were just starting to kind of explore some of the things that we could do, and then Bex left and I was alone, and I've traveled and seen a lot of stuff that I didn't know about, and I almost died at one point, and then after that I had a really bad dream. But I don't see a way forward. I don't see how to push past.
Still holding onto your hand, he puts another one sort of reassuringly on your shoulder. And he says, there isn't anybody else who can help you. This is the hardest part about this. I have seen those who are blessed like you and I be consumed by the darkness because they've been scared. They've been too afraid to face it. Part of that trial is pushing through. I wish I could say more. I wish I could give you more guidance. But all I can tell you is that once you have got to the other side, you will know where to go. There are great things lying before you, Miera. I know it's a lot to take on board. I know that you have no reason to trust me, beyond hopefully the fact that, what Bex has said. Very aware that your friend Rowan is, I feel like she doesn't like me very much, but it's the way of the world sometimes. But
Rowan's cautious.
She is, which is probably sensible, but I have the best of intentions at heart. And to be honest, I feel like your companions, I don't know, it's an interesting group that you travel with, and I know of people who could certainly use the help of such an interesting collection of individuals. There's a lot going on in the world, Miera, beyond just these small towns, beyond Greenfield, even beyond Harrow.
Oh, I know. I get the sense that there is a lot. There's certainly a lot I don't know about. There's like a big cat person that we met outside of Greenfield, and he had magic. He was
Big
pretty
cat person.
Yeah. And he was pretty cool. He did want to eat me, but he didn't. And
Can you just describe what this cat person looks like?
well, he was. It's hard to describe. He looked like a big cat, but standing on 2 feet.
Didn't stand on 2 feet. Was on
I didn't onto 4 feet. Sorry. Had a big, wide smile, and was with others like him, and really, like, he had. I know he had a lot of power, from what I could tell. I think he ate people. But he didn't eat me, and he kind of helped when we needed him to, which is pretty nice, I guess. And I felt like maybe he was someone that could help me learn about the magic that I have. But
you don't know much about the Fae, do you, Miera?
no,
That's okay.
I've seen some books, but
There's nothing wrong about that. I have an inkling I know what this creature is that you're talking about. And the fact that didn't eat you is, some might even say, miraculous. If you even came close to befriending this creature, it would be quite remarkable even. It's interesting. Near Greenfields, you say? Interesting. Well, look, myself and the rest of the Delirium are going to be staying in Harrow for a few more nights. We have got a final performance booked for the nobility here. They don't tend to come and mingle with the commoners, shall we say. So we're actually booked in at the Worm Shadow Theatre. Maybe I can get you and your friends to come along.
could you? That would be.
How about this?
Mhm.
If you do me a favor,
Mhm.
I'll see what I can do to get you into the nobility quarter.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. How can I help?
Well, you know how I was telling you how there was someone else like us here in Harrow as well? It's a young woman. Her name's Lestwell Redwing. She comes from the Rat's Nest, which is a rather unsavory part of town. I'm not sure if you've had any chances to go there on. Hopefully avoided it.
I think we may have had a short visit.
Okay. She was meant to have come back yesterday. We haven't seen her. I'm a little bit worried. Do you think you could convince you and your friends to maybe try and find her?
I could ask for sure.
I mean, again, I understand that your friends are less trusting and maybe don't understand this connection that you and I have. But it would be... I'm a little bit concerned about Lestwell.
What do they look like? So
She's a younger dragonborn. She's probably about 18, 19, barely an adult. Quite slender. Her and her family are from the Rat's Nest. She's... but as I said, she has the same gift as us.
well, I can definitely ask if they'd be willing to help. Look, we have some things that we have to do while we're here in Harrow.
Oh, is there anything that I can help with?
We've got like a map that we're waiting to get done for us.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's probably about it. We're waiting on a letter to come from what's the family name again?
Alton's.
The Altons. About the issues that we're trying to help Greenfield with. They're in a bit of debt. So you got a little bit of time. I can ask.
Might be able to help you with the Altons. Most of the nobility will be coming to the performance at the Worm Shadow Theatre, so if we can get you in there, you might have an opportunity to have a chat with them. I'm conscious that Harrow has got a rather complicated and convoluted system for being allowed to talk to those who are noble.
Well, that does sound like it might work out perfectly for us.
Look, I'm more than happy to. I mean, I'm sure we can just pretend you're part of the troop or something like that. We'll figure something out. It would be not a problem. But I mean, as I said, if you could find Lestwell, even if you can just find out roughly where she is, that would be great. If you can find her and bring her back, that would be outstanding.
And she lives in the Rat's Nest.
She lives in the Rat's Nest, yes.
Okay. I'll see what I can do.
You'll know her a little bit similar to when you and I first met and we shook hands. She has passed through the darkness like Bex and Athalas. So you'll feel that special connection.
I'm just going to go and shake every Dragonborn's hand.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Hi.
Miera becomes the exact opposite of Rowan.
Yeah.
No hands. No shakes.
Well, look, the rest of your friends will probably be waking up fairly soon. I've got some food up there already. I do wish there was some way that I could convince Rowan that I'm not a terrible person or I'm going to do something horrible or anything like that. But sometimes it takes time to build trust.
I think sometimes with people like Rowan, actions speak louder than words.
Well, do you have a suggestion of an action I could take then?
I think if you say something, stick to your word. Don't lie. Because she kind of picks up on stuff. It's difficult to keep secrets.
Noted. And are the rest of your friends the same, or is it going to be a big effort for me to try and win the trust of everybody, or?
I don't think so. I haven't had the same experience with the others that I have with Rowan. Delgrim likes a good fight and is very straightforward and blunt. Grumpfel is kind and caring and thoughtful. Tiernan a little hot-headed, I think, at times. He has he's got some contraptions that I'm a little concerned about. He kind of waves them around. And I don't know if you've noticed, but he likes to talk when he's had a few drinks.
He is
Just a little
very talkative when he's had a few drinks.
Aloysius, you said you're finishing up your time here in Harrow. Does that mean you're going somewhere else after?
We'll be moving on and be heading back towards home.
Where is home?
Well, currently home is up in Dalian's Rest. Do you have any idea where that is? I'm not sure. I don't know a lot about where you're from, Miera.
I'm from Sparkletown.
Sparkletown. Oh. Must admit, I actually don't know where that is.
Not good at maps. Which direction is Sparkletown?
That's fine. Look, Dalian's Rest is the capital of Kingsale, so it's to the northeast from here. Fair distance. But I think you'd probably like Kingsvale. It's a much nicer place than Alamar. Alamar has got a rotten core. I mean, you just got to sort of look around. I mean, Harrow's quite a good example of it in many respects. You look at how the nobles treat the rest of the people here, the way they treat the poor people in the Rat's Nest. You look at those revolting fighting pits that they have. It's a microcosm of the duchy as a whole. We come here to perform for a variety of reasons. I wish, unfortunately, that we didn't have to at times, but as performers, we've got to make a little coin sometimes. And also, as I said, keep an eye out for those special people like yourself.
Is Bex coming with you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, unless Bex says she wants to go somewhere else, she's not forced to travel with us, but at the moment, her and Athelas, absolutely, they will be traveling in the same direction as us. That's where they're being called to. And as I said, once you have passed through the darkness, you'll find out where you're being called to as well.
I hope it's the same place.
Sort of leans in close and almost sort of a conspiracy type whisper says, "So do I. But we'll find out."
Miera, give him a hug if he will allow her.
Absolutely. He gives you you sort of let go of each other's hands and the flame dies away. And he gives you a big hug. And he says again, there's something special about you, Miera. I hope your friends up there realize that, and I hope you're able to, as I said, pass through the darkness and see what really lies in the future for you.
I hope so.
All right, this is all very serious. Let's go upstairs and, I don't know, let's play a trick on Tate or something like that. This is all, need to burn off a bit of steam or something. He's a deep sleeper. Every now and then, if you get a little bit of charcoal, you can draw like a nice little moustache on him. He doesn't notice for a few hours. It's quite hilarious.
Let's do that for sure.
Absolutely. Excellent.
Yes.
Aloysius darts off to where there's like a small fireplace, and you see him quickly get some charcoal and comes back with a twinkle in his eye and goes, "Right, come on." Heads back upstairs. Rowan, you would see them. Sort of, Aloysius would sort of come up probably first with that exaggerated sort of sneak that someone does when they're trying to sneak, but they're kind of being a bit of a dick about it as well. And he'd look over at you and go, shh, and then like start to tiptoe across the room. And Miera, you would be close behind.
Is Tiernan still asleep?
Tiernan, would you still what do you think? It's very, very early. You're on mute.
I don't know. How would you?
How drunk was he? How passed out is he?
Yeah.
Well, you know,
And can-
he can't handle his drink. He
So
can't.
so it would be not long after dawn. So I feel like he'd probably still be asleep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unless you want me to roll a perception with disadvantage or something.
I think no, look, I think honestly, considering how drunk you are or were, and the length and the day and all of the events, yeah.
I guess a better question is, does Blinky see it as threatening?
Well, I don't know what's about to happen, so I guess we'll find out.
I would really, if Aloysius is gonna draw on Tate, I also want to have a go. So I would like to draw whiskers on Tiernan.
Okay, all right. So you watch as Aloysius heads over towards Tate. Rowan, you watching this, and you can see that Aloysius has something in his hand as he gets over towards the handsome half-orc and bends down. You can tell that he's doing something to Tate's face, but it's kind of hard to tell from where you are.
I want you to think about what you just said, Ham.
Yes, no, I'm conscious of that.
Cool.
Thank you.
And the hand gestures.
Yeah.
Yep.
Does. And then hands the piece of charcoal to Miera.
I'm gonna take the charcoal and I'm gonna also sneak over to Tiernan.
I would like you to make a sleight of hand check to see how well you can deface Tiernan.
I have a +2.
+2 in defacing.
17.
Tiernan, let's make this a contested roll. You can roll perception, but I will ask you to roll with disadvantage because you are recovering from inebriation.
Do I roll it or Blinky roll?
So my question then becomes, because you understand Blinky, would Blinky consider this a threat?
Blinky was on alert last night.
But it is Miera.
But it's Miera.
Yeah.
So
The booper.
probably
the booper.
not. Probably
Okay.
not. He probably wouldn't consider Miera a threat.
Okay, so Tiernan, roll perception with disadvantage.
Oh, I don't think I need to roll anymore.
-1.
Ooh,
I rolled a 1.
wow.
Yeah. So
Oh dear.
I'm gonna have a lovely new set of whiskers.
Yeah.
Bingo, yeah.
yeah, there
Oh.
you go.
They're gonna
That's the next
curl
one.
up.
Now, I didn't roll a 1. I rolled a 2.
Yeah, they're gonna
Work
be
of art.
beautiful, like little curly whiskers.
Rowan, are you doing anything whilst this is going on?
No, only because Aloysius isn't the one going across to Tiernan.
Miera, what you do notice is when you do draw me, I'm suspiciously hairless in the face.
Suspiciously hairless.
Suspiciously
there's
hairless in the
no
face.
hair.
We've got
that
some
mean?
we've got some
Also,
great
Saz,
quotes in
please
this
clip
one.
that because
Suspiciously.
like,
Suspiciously.
Tiernan, the suspiciously hairless shardfolk.
NPC is just, oh god, why?
Yeah.
It's Blinky. He's using him as like LASIK
Oh,
hair removal.
That's what Blinky's about.
He is now.
yeah. Blinky's also traumatized
Oh
because
my god.
Tiernan is hairless.
Hang on. Is it just so
No, stop.
No.
Stop.
Important question
Stop.
about
Okay.
here up is eyebrows?
Eyelashes?
Eyelashes.
He's got
How
eyes-
hairless are we talking?
Yeah.
It's just facial hair, guys. Come on, don't read too much.
No,
into
but
this.
there's hair like all over your face. That's why I'm asking.
100%
He
aerodynamic.
just like
Tiernan leans over too far and his wig falls off.
Don't make me snort my drink, thanks.
Uh,
Well,
No, you
I
get
had
the
to ask
impression-
about the like, you know.
if you ever need to fire someone from a catapult, Tiernan's your man. No
Well, for
drag.
someone-
it's look.
That's why the performance.
Kate just
wasn't
asked a valid
around.
question, right? Because like no facial hair, not that suspicious.
Suspicious.
Eyebrows gone, absolutely suspicious.
But like, yeah, entirely no hair. Oh
Oh.
God!
Just no one even noticed.
Why, Saz?
Oh, that's much.
Oh, that's not
Doctor Who quote.
Oh,
Oh,
dear.
God.
No, I thought it was
Oh.
going on.
So-
But like, legitimate question.
Yeah.
You said suspiciously hairless.
Wrong choice of words.
Yeah. What do you mean?
So he just
Oh,
has no
dear.
facial hair. That's what you're trying to communicate.
No.
Yeah?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Beard, no
Normally-
moustache,
yes.
like
No. Normally, if someone's just gone
Oh
off
my
a bender
God.
and woken up, they would have, an
at
after
5 o'clock.
like
Yeah.
5 o'clock shadow start forming.
Yes. That
Tiernan's
is
got
exactly.
nothing.
Hydrate everybody.
No.
Wow, way to read into
Oh,
things,
dear.
guys.
Yeah, let's just move on
Said
quickly.
suspiciously hairless.
And you think my words are terrible sometimes? Holy shit.
Yeah, it wasn't your
Oh,
lexical
never
ambiguity
criticise
this
yours.
time.
No, no.
God. Oh
Wow.
no,
Suspiciously
we aren't retconning it.
Yeah. I can see in like 50 sessions time when you're, in some deep dungeon somewhere and the big bad guy comes up and goes, Tiernan, you are suspiciously hairless. Find
Everyone's
them,
pretending to be
Rowan.
statues. It's like that one can't be a real person. It's suspiciously hairless.
Too
No
shiny.
one's that suspiciously hairless.
Oh, we're still going.
Oh, dear.
Oh.
For those of you who are watching, I'm sorry.
I'm
Okay.
not.
So, no, it's awesome. All right, so
Surprisingly frictionless.
Behave yourself, MVCDM.
Dirty
Don't
man.
keep
Dirty
going.
man.
Thank you, Nick. Oh my god. Oh.
okay, all right.
Oh.
Oh.
What were we doing?
All right.
Stupid sexy.
Okay.
Jason.
Stupid 60, Jesus Christ.
Feels
All right,
like I'm
okay.
wearing nothing at all.
Focus.
Nothing at all. Nothing. At all.
Focus. So, with Tiernan now adorned with these beautiful charcoal whiskers,
Oh, goodness me.
Sorry. Where am I?
Rowan,
Yes.
fuck, just for the love
going,
of God,
keep
people
going.
stop.
Keep
So
going.
Rowan,
Nick, keep going.
you're watching this going on,
Mm-hmm.
and you watch as Miera stands up, and then the next second, Miera's halfway across the room,
Yep. Okay.
but you
Yep.
don't remember her sort of walking that distance.
Yep.
And you can see Aloysius now going over to where Tiernan is, and you can see him look down and give a nod of approval, walks over and pats Miera on the back. Glances over at you, Rowan, gives you a bit of a wink. All right, so Miera, I suppose we'll just have to wait until everybody wakes up now.
I'm gonna have something to eat. I'm hungry.
Yeah, no, help yourself. Help yourself.
Thank you. No.
The morning slowly progresses.
You're terrible.
Can we get to the end of the
I see.
episode? Can we get to the end of the episode? I do not know.
Going. Keep going. This is
Um,
our fault. We'll just
who-
keep catching ourselves.
Who would wake up? Who would wake up next? Probably Grumpfel, I imagine, because Grumpfel, you didn't get. Like,
Schnookered.
yep.
Grumpfel's accent moves from what it is to Mel Brooks. Yes, he wakes up, looks around.
Yep, and you'd see the usual sort of collection of people. There's a couple of large plates of food in the middle of the room, and you can see Miera sitting down beside them, munching away. Aloysius is sort of sitting on the end of the couch that Tate's on, sort of eagerly awaiting him waking up. So everyone would start gradually waking up, coming to. Some of you feeling better, some of you feeling worse, depending on the amount of water that you had drinking. Fucking hell. I need to minimize the chat.
Yeah, keep going now.
Highly recommend you, not pay attention to that.
I'm trying really hard not to pay attention to the chat.
So at this stage, all of you are pretty much awake in some respect. Tate's still fast asleep, but Delgrim, as you wake up, you can see Tiernan adorned with these wonderful whiskers that have been drawn on. Grumpfel, same for you. Tiernan's probably the last to wake up, coming to slowly, possibly feeling slightly worse for wear. Tiernan, when you wake up, Blinky is like hovering right in front of you.
Just give him a little pat on the head. Oh,
Sort
I
of
smell
bobs up and
breakfast.
down, turns slightly, almost like someone sort of cocking their head to one side. The eyelid rapidly closes twice, and then keeps doing it really quickly.
Oh,
Click,
Blinky.
click, 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 click,
Blinky,
click,
just
click, 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 click,
just
click,
give me
click,
5
click,
minutes,
click,
man.
click,
Come
click,
on.
click, click, click. Then stops and just sort of comes back and rests back on your shoulder.
Oh, I smell some.
What is with mini Blink?
I don't know. It's too much this morning. Do I smell some breakfast?
Yeah, there's some food over here if you want some. It's pretty
Oh.
good.
Yes, please. And
Alright.
Tina will go over and grab some and start eating it and goes,
Oh, Hamish, there's no hearth up here, is there?
Hearth. Oh, up here. No.
Fireplace.
No.
No.
Yep.
So
Fireplace.
Grumpfel will have snuck downstairs to get coffees.
Tina's looking really odd, weirdly at the food. Does it smell like it tastes like charcoal?
Rowan's just gonna sigh with a Tiernan.
There's nothing wrong with my food.
Oh, how much did I drink last night?
A lot.
Just keeps eating.
Delgrim, as you're sort of, coming to and getting used to and watching sort of some of these, you glance over to where Rowan is, and there's a bit of natural light bleeding in through like a crack in the roof or something like that. It's a little bit glary for your sensitive eyes, but for a fraction of a second, Rowan's not there. And then you sort of rub your eyes and cheers.
Rowan, you feeling okay?
I mean, I'm tired, but I'm fine. Why?
It looked like you're not there for a very, very brief moment. Maybe just my eyes and sun. Very strange.
I mean, I've been sitting here most of the night. Are you maybe not awake properly yet?
Is it possible? I feel fine. I feel better than I have felt for a long time. And we will have had a long rest at this stage also, yes.
You will have.
Well, yes, everyone but Rowan,
Magnificent.
unfortunately.
This is the
Because
second
this
character in
me.
in recent history where I have actively not taken a long rest. This is
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah. And Delgrim will kind of clock, I guess, that Rowan's pretty tired and pass over some food. Do you stay up all night to watch over all of us?
Yes, why?
This is kind of you, but you should look after yourself. Make sure you have rest. Make sure you are strong for time of action.
I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, Delgrim, but I'm not exactly a very physical person. Don't know what use I am to you in a fist fight.
Well, not only fighting is action. You. Ooh. And
We're back. All right.
It's not-
There you go, NVC. You get your technical issue now. Be all right. Which means NVC has bingo across row number 2.
Nice. Rowan, it's not only
Hero
fighting
was
that's action.
Yeah. Right.
You have good action in your head, and even in fight you have been very helpful, useful at times. It did not matter. You should look after yourself. Give yourself rest.
I mean,
So you are ready.
I mean, you said that I was gone for how long exactly?
Many days.
I think
Some days.
I mean, I sat and read for that entire time. I think I'm as rested as I can be. I mean, not so much now, but you know.
It is good that you watch. If you
I just
find
don't-
yourself needing rest, you wake me up. I watch while you rest, if need be.
I know.
Anytime.
That's all right. When we're on our way to wherever we need to go next, I can sleep in the cart while the rest of you drive and whatever. It's fine. I'm little.
Good.
I bounce. I'll be fine.
No more Blinky disappearing.
I didn't
It's concerning.
disappear, though.
Delgrim will bugger back off to hang with the others. Maybe have a little laugh at Tate's facial scrawlings.
Yeah, he's just waking up, and you can sort of see, like he's sort of rubbing his face, and he's just like, not again. Rowan, someone gave Rowan a plate of food, didn't they? I think.
Nope.
Did I hear that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you did. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. So you guys are all sort of focused on what's going on there. You then hear a clatter of, sounds like a plate falling to the ground. And you turn around to where the direction it came from. Sounded like it was where Rowan was sitting, sort of off to the one side slightly. Rowan's not there. Instead, standing there is an orc. A very large orc, about 6'5", slightly sort of stooped posture. Little older than middle age. You can sort of tell by the creases in their face and the balding at the front. And what hair they do have is long and dark, with streaks of grey, and it's swept back. His skin is sort of blue, goldy green. A set of long, friendly salt and pepper mutton chops frame a pair of bright and intelligent amber eyes. Clad in a collared shirt with sleeves rolled up to the elbows and the collar open as though a tie has been removed for a more sort of relaxed fit. On top of this is a burgundy woolen waistcoat, sort of a fair island pattern. A pair of tailored trousers is punctuated by short brown leather boots. And a leather holster on their belt, you can see 2 leather-bound books, one larger than the other. This orc is staring at you guys and looks very, very confused. And
God, how much did I drink this last night?
is where we are going to stop for the season.
I've heard of a sudden growth spurt, but this is a new one to me.
You sat on Rowan.
It's in those-
Pancake.
Did you say pancake?
Pancake.
Oh,
Well,
Boo.
Boo.
you're on fire tonight, Heath.
Oh,
Oh God, the
been-
chat, just
been a
sweet
week.
mother of mercy.
Love
Pretty
you, the
good.
chat. We
No,
love you
you
so
guys
The
are
much.
real
awesome.
question is, where the hell is the ring on or in that orc? That's
Mm.
what I
Did you
wanna
say
know.
on or
Yeah.
in?
it's
Mm.
now a
Well,
nipple
this didn't
ring.
happen last time, so far as we don't know. We know. I don't know how the physics of it
You don't know if
works.
it's the same thing as last time.
Correct. I'll assume we're looking for a ring.
Just-
If I
just
can't find it
assume
on the outside of the orc, I'm going to assume that they've eaten it.
All right,
Get
drop
the
your
spit
pants.
open.
Oh, I'm sorry. That
Oh, no.
Brazilian
Oh, no.
shadows
Oh,
comment.
no, no, no. Oh, chat.
Oh, Brazilian
Emily,
shadows.
Some-
Exactly.
don't encourage
Top.
them.
Top
Where's the
tier.
ring?
Jesus, Emily! Holy crap! Pump the brakes there, buddy.
yeah.
Yeah, dissect the orc. Why not?
Wow.
I'll cast sleep. Delgrim, you use your axe.
If
Yeah,
you hit and they take
easy.
damage, they wake up. That's not how sleep works.
It's enough to
Okay.
get
Just
close
do
enough.
enough
Go to sleep,
damage.
go to
No,
sleep,
I
go
can
to
see it
sleep.
now. I can see it now. Miera, I'll cast sleep. Delgrim, you get the rubber glove.
Oh,
Okay,
Be
so on that-
careful,
so
they'll
you-
not be damaged. It'll be fine.
Well,
Sleep cut.
we're,
Saz!
we're talking about colonoscopies earlier today. So,
Oh, jeez.
Jesus
Um,
Christ.
okay.
Yeah, look,
And on that,
I'm nearly at
Yeah,
that
I
time.
think with the sleep spell, it'll be a chloronoscopy.
Oh,
Oh,
Okay, on that note.
right. Heath, on that note, you can start us off with highlights for the session.
Um,
Oh,
other than the quality puns, I love how this wonderful meeting of old friends and introducing to new friends in a setting of food and frivolity and music was totally and utterly turned on its head by the suspicious of the group. Like, I'm sure Hamish sitting there going like, oh yeah, they meet up, they introduce, and they chat, and oh, this will all be very cordial, and all of a sudden everyone's like drunk or eyeing others off, waiting for things to happen. But I've got to say, Miera making her way up and over and through like it was a parkour course to see her friend. That was adorable. I very much liked that.
It's like real life.
it
I'm
is-
only 5'2". So.
you are.
That's
So
strange to imagine.
on the subject, Cass, how about you?
I really liked the introduction to Bex. I had to kind of rein myself in a little bit because while you were explaining it, I was kind of thinking of one of my best friends, and I started getting a bit teary because I haven't seen them in a while. So it was like, so I was trying to suck back the tears.
Oh, that's adorable.
So I really enjoyed that, and I also really enjoyed Pricks and Pracks. I thought they were hilarious. And again, we get to see another Tiernan and his different levels of drunk. One day maybe we'll see the elusive dancing Tiernan And
I'm gonna work out if he knows
Talera
how to
has put a
dance.
GIF. Talera has put a GIF on Twitter that absolutely murdered me about that very thing.
All right, I need to look this up now.
I think I'm gonna have to now do
I,
that.
I regret sending you there, but also I don't. So there's that.
Sweet Jesus.
oh god, now I have to look. That face says
Oh,
everything.
sweet mother.
Should I be concerned?
Yes.
It's like a lava lamp. I can't look away.
What have you done?
That's amazing.
If it helps, it's in it's Tal on Tal's page. As a no context spoiler.
Oh.
I'm so proud.
Okay, Kate, save us.
I don't know that I can. I haven't laughed so hard in a session in a long time. That was really fun. I really liked just the idea of drawing a moustache on Tiernan Kess. I just really appreciated that, but also of Grumpfel just being like, well, if I am going to go to sleep, you're going to need coffee. So here is coffee. Just really like the little details in what people did tonight. I think that was really fun. Yeah.
Nice. Awesome. John. Ooh.
Oh, it's hard to say, really. I did like getting a chance to see some more of Miera's backstory. It was really nice to see that the various characters that she's known in the past and her reconnecting them so forth. About the other thing probably is I just had to laugh when Delgrim started to do a beat on some random skins.
Delgrim's drumming.
Yeah. Just for no reason, just starts.
Yes.
We're hanging out with performers. That's not no reason. I mean,
And-
he just wants to be like one of the crowd.
And it was enjoyable to play when we went up to the attic, even though the chat was calling it a sex dungeon.
Sex addict.
That's
Sex
more an
addict.
indication of the chat than us.
Mm,
Just
yes,
saying.
it
Technically,
is.
they
Yes,
said
it
that it
is.
was a sex addict because the sex dungeon was full.
It was funny because playing that situation, Tiernan was literally just playing as Tiernan, so Tiernan was naturally just going to go up and do his usual thing. It wasn't until people started to talk about that sort of stuff that me as the player suddenly realized, oh yeah, this could potentially be a dangerous situation. But at the same time, Tiernan wouldn't be too suspicious, so I just had to keep going with it. So
I literally sat there being like, what? Why?
But to the chat and yourself getting very suspicious, Kate, I'm thinking, okay, is he a vampire? Is he a cult leader? What the hell has Miera got us into? It's all these thoughts, but Tiernan has to go, no, it's none of that.
No, it's a
Keep
frat
going.
boy. It's worse.
We're joining a cult.
I'm like, wow, you guys just don't trust anybody.
Well, Rowan
It
doesn't.
was
Also,
fine until someone
Cass,
pointed
did
it
you
out.
imply that Rowan has never trusted anyone, despite the fact that she trusted everyone in Greenfield and then promptly got smacked in the face for it?
No,
Like,
no.
I was
more
one
it takes a
referring
long
to
time to trust people.
I was
Doesn't.
more referring to the fact that when you came back from disappearing for like out of nowhere, you were like, "What did you do?"
Yeah, because you'd all tied people up and thrown people in prison and beaten up people.
I
It
do
was
like
written on our faces.
I do like the
You
fact
can't
that you
judge
guys,
us without the context.
I do like the fact that you guys, you start talking to Athelas. Oh, look, here's another house that you broke into. It's like, oh, excellent.
If I remember correctly, I think I was the one who, Tiernan was the one who unlocked the door.
Probably. I can't remember.
You mean you opened the door that was already
Exactly.
unlocked?
If Atlas is
I
listening, it was
genuinely don't
open.
remember.
That's why Tiernan just didn't say anything.
Mr. Promethean.
Yo, I'm a very simple creature at heart, and for me, my favorite part of the entire night was the phrase "suspiciously hairless" coming out of John's mouth. That's all. It was amazing. It was incredible, and I am I don't think I've ever like hurt on the inside from laughing so much ever.
Hey, in my
but no,
defense, it's late.
it was beautiful, thank you. And yeah, so Miera's kind of backstory coming into it was awesome too. So like I've been excited about this since Bex rocked up at the end of last session to see how that plays out, and that was super fun to watch happen in general.
Yes, awesome.
Oh dear, I can just like Delgrim start beating out a song, and it'd be like, because maybe you're gonna be the one that shaves me,
Oh no!
and after, sorry,
But Sad's made an interesting point. What about Z?
Oh,
What about
seriously?
yeah,
He was probably just off chilling in some corner
the
somewhere.
stoner frog.
Yeah,
No, I mean,
for
the
sure.
commenting about Z, Stoner Haim.
Yeah.
I was honestly waiting for some sort of Cheech and Chong accent or like some laid back Jamaican accent or something like that from this grunt.
Sure, it's just doing its thing.
What about you? What
Z
were your
was cool.
favorite moments?
For me, look, I gotta shout out Cass. I always sort of have to stop and go, you know what? Like this is the first D&D campaign Cass has ever played in. Like, she's played 11 sessions of this and a couple of extra bonus sessions of D&D, like ever. And I thought she was fucking awesome in the little RP scenes with her and Aloysius. Cass, you keep on impressing me with how awesome you are with this, considering how often you've played. So that's been really cool. I've enjoyed digging into some of the Miera stuff. It's very interesting. The conversation with Rowan around trust was very interesting as well. I'm interested to see what's going to lie ahead for the next session, for a variety of reasons, including the fact that what the fuck's happened to Rowan again.
Again.
I'd like to make one comment. It's interesting that Rowan's character decided to trust someone who I always thought was highly, highly suspicious, and now she's completely flipped it and she doesn't trust anybody.
She trusted everyone then.
One
She
guy-
plunked down
one
next
guy
to
ruined it.
Delgrim, though. She plunked down next to a guy like hiding in the shade
Yeah.
at a
Like
festival.
immediately, just
Yeah.
hello, you. Tell me everything about you, and I'll.
And then Paradin happened.
Everything.
Paradin or Tolman?
Both.
Yeah, look,
Both close together. That's the problem. Both close together.
Yeah. Well,
Right, we'll find a way to reopen Rowan's heart to trust.
Not until you
somehow.
find it first.
Yeah, well,
And then, yeah,
Preferably not by
That's
dissection,
absolutely
please.
true.
That's
Yeah.
cool.
yeah, that's
never off the table.
What was in that
Dissection
food
is
to
off
turn
the
into-
table right
He's
now.
got this image of Delgrim Kalima.
Please don't murder me in the 1 week that I'm off.
Turn him upside down and shake him really hard.
Oh no. Chat. Any highlights for you guys looking out there before we finally punch out for the night? I feel like there's
Redeem us, please.
no, they're not going to. That's going to be something terrible, but terribly awesome.
But cheers for the Raiders. Thanks
Yeah.
for joining
Yeah,
us.
thank you to everybody who's come
Thanks,
along and
Dread
heck
and Dead by Daylight for dropping raids on us tonight.
Legends.
If there is a mod in the chat who can shout out Dead by Daylight, because I know that they are gone already, and then we'll shout out Dread as well. But I can't, I don't think from here. Thank you.
nice.
So Dead by Daylight is lovely. They often lurk in red in Dragon Keys.
Oh,
chat as
nice.
well. They're lovely.
Well, let's. I think have we got a raid target?
Just working on it, I think.
Stay on
Chat, did we have
target.
any favorite bits? The bit between the start and right now is good. Thank you, NBC. So descriptive. Thank
Yeah.
you.
And so
Thanks,
the
NBC.
suspiciously hairless thing
Suspicious-
for
yeah.
M.
Yeah.
100%.
I'm never going to live that one down.
No, you're not. You're not.
They'll
and
put that on my
it's-
tombstone.
I'm gonna have
Yeah,
to.
There's
I'm gonna
There's
have
at
to
least 4 of us
introduce.
here that are clipping it.
I'm gonna have to introduce like a race of like hairless tabaxi somewhere that are just gonna absolutely
Yep.
harass the fuck out of you guys.
Oh my
Surfling
god, that
was
would be
good.
amazing.
Surfling was good.
That's
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Yeah.
And because tabaxi have like those often like word-based names,
Yeah.
you know, their leader could be suspiciously hairless.
Oh,
Or
what have I done?
hairless for sus. Like
Yeah.
it's, you know.
Yeah.
The
Oh dear.
I've just thought of some terrible stuff.
Before we go rating, I would just let everyone know that on Monday, so at the moment, Split the Party are doing March of the Minis for the month of March. I am jumping on with them on Monday morning, which is like 7 a.m. for me because time zones are good. So I will be doing that. Come watch me learn how to paint things. Hang on, I have the things within arm's reach. My goal on that stream is to
What
start
things
painting
being
this
painted?
guy. Start painting this guy. Where is he? Where is he? I guess there's a teeny tiny little like mockingbird, no, nightingale bard.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know. I've seen those figures, I believe.
Yeah, they were for fundraising for Ukraine at one point. So I'm going to paint him, I think,
Nice.
up on stream, or possibly my little leprechaun and his little mushroom. I don't know. But I do not paint. So the wonderful, wonderful Matt Brown is going to do some painting for idiots with me. So
I believe
feel free to come
Saz
out
as well will be appearing on Mini for
at some point.
March.
Wait, do you know when that is?
Dun, dun,
Saz?
I think it's like later in the month. It's like
I'm
March
doing the
10th.
6th. I'm doing the
22nd?
6th and the 20th. So I think we stream again before that, if my maths is right. Yeah, so I think we will be doing the Monday and the Wednesday after our next stream as well. But conveniently, it's both the Mondays after we've streamed. So come hang out. Be a fun time. And I'm also streaming on Wednesday over on D&D Doctorates, the International Women's Day, to chat women in D&D and TTRPG spaces and stuff, and talk about how I got into it as a space. I'll be by myself unless the chat exists. Otherwise, I'll be talking to the void. So please don't make me do that. It'll be it's 5 p.m. Australian Western Standard Time, which is 7 p.m. Queensland time, 7:30 p.m. Adelaide time, and 8 o'clock for everybody else, except the Northern Territory, because I can never remember what time zone they're on.
God.
Yeah,
and the Northern Territory is half hour, but behind Queensland.
Okay, so it's 5:30 for me. Oh God, that gets really dumb. 5:30 for me, 6:30 for the Northern Territory, 7 o'clock for Queensland, 7:30 for Adelaide, 8 o'clock for everywhere else.
Got it
out.
in one. Nice
Fine.
work.
Awesome.
Time zones.
Okay. And I think with that, do we have a raid target?
We're just checking they're still live because that's
Louis the
always the
Fly.
trap. Cool.
Wow.
Good
Harsh,
miss.
harsh
They
words
rated
from the
us last week.
producer.
Last time we're gonna rate them again.
Yeah.
Trading the raids. Huh? Yeah, they did. So this week we're gonna beat them.
Yeah.
Ha.
Thank you again, chat. We really
chat.
appreciate everybody who actually
Wonderful.
comes and hangs out for this insane chaos.
It's been a rough week for some of us, so having you all make us laugh has been delightful.
It's been awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Enjoy the rest of the
Agreed.
weekend.
Mwah.
Bye.
Stuff. Bye.
3,
Okay. No.
2,
2,
maybe
3. No.
1.
3.
Bye.